Welcome, everybody. Happy Sunday morning. This is the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championship. Wow, that was pretty smooth. That was a lot of
That was a mouthful.
This is the last round, ladies and gentlemen. Round 6 of 6 to determine which top 4 universities are going to make it to the President's Cup, also known as the Final Four. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me, once again, my good friend, Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, also known as JX. JX, good morning to you. We've got football and chess today. What more could we ask for?
Not much more than that. I totally agree with you. Good morning to Danya. Good morning, chat. As you said, last round here, a lot on the line. Hopefully you're ready for some action.
I most certainly am. And before we jump into the action, let's quickly go through a couple of logistical remarks. First and foremost, what is at stake in the Pan American? As I mentioned, the top 4 teams qualify for the incredibly prestigious Final Four College Chess Championship. That's also known as the President's Cup, but there are also team trophies and individual trophies awarded for various other types of performances. There's an under 1800 section, so everybody is welcome. Everybody is playing for something, but obviously, JX, the top teams are playing for that coveted spot in the Final Four.
Absolutely. And there we can see the standings. As we know from last night, Webster University with a huge win over Mizzou, securing qualification, the only team left on an undefeated score, 5-0. They face off today against Rio Grande, who is also in good shape on 4.5. And then we see a log jam of teams right behind them, 4 teams on 4, 4 teams on 3.5. What do you expect to see today?
Gosh, this is actually a very interesting situation where Webster is the only team that has mathematically secured qualification into the Final Four, given their incredibly good tie breaks. And we remind you that if teams tie at a certain score, they don't all make it. Only the teams with the best tiebreakers make it to the Final Four. Texas Rio Grande B has to put through another good performance today. They have had one of the most impressive runs that I have seen in the last couple of years. This is their B team. This is not their A team. They have not lost a single match. They have upset teams that are stronger than them on paper. So, JX, I'm really impressed with the way UTRGV has handled it. And obviously, some of those teams that have 4 points out of 5, all of them need to play exclusively for a win. 4.5 points is not going to cut it, given their inferior tie breaks.
Oh, totally. I mean, especially you mentioned the RGVB team, no grandmasters on that team. And to reach 4.5 points, that's a just phenomenal performance all around. Here we can see the pairings, as we said, on board 1, Rio Grande B taking on Webster A. There is some possibility that both sides play it safe, right? Because I think a draw would secure both of them. I mean, we'll see whether or not they do that. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Webster, here's the thing with team tournaments. When we talk about a draw, we're talking about draws on all 4 boards. I don't think that the Webster team, knowing their coach, Le Kwong, I don't think that they're going to come to the board and offer draws on all 4 boards. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they do, but listen, they want rating. I mean, this tournament is still individually rated. I don't think the players on Webster necessarily want to give up draws to lower-rated players, especially the players with white. So I think we're going to see a full-fledged match here, and UTRGVB is going to have to put through a good performance. Mizzou, they have to come back from losing to Webster yesterday. They face University of Texas at Dallas, one of our squads that we're going to focus on. UTD Team B. I mean, JX, the Team B teams in this PanAm have really outperformed a lot of their Team A squads.
That is a really interesting point, that the fact that universities can send both teams is such a luxury. And a good segue to that is the matchup on board 3, which is giving me deja vu. It's Rio Grande against Webster again, but except the A-B reversed. So a very important rule that I would like to point out to our viewers today is that if 2 teams from the same university qualify, it's not that they get 2 teams in the Final Four. Only 1 team represents that. So a very important thing to clarify.
Yeah, and the reason they both don't make it is because you can't have 2 of the same team from the same university playing each other. So I think the coach decides which team to send to the Final Four if both qualify. Obviously, in most cases, the coach will decide on Team A, even if Team B outperformed Team A in the actual PanAm. Oh, no. it's actually highest placing. So the coach does not get a say.
Oh.
It's the team that plays high. So if Team B places third and Team A places fourth, Team B actually goes to the Final Four. So
wait a second,
really
Danya.
interesting technicals here.
Danya, it is an interesting technicals, and now there is some very interesting psychology here. Like, obviously, we spoke to the UTRGV team, Machia. He's probably working this out, but there is merit. There is merit to say, like, if he thinks UTRGV-A is much stronger, what do you do here, right? Like, if UTRGV-B finishes ahead of them, maybe he might not prefer that.
I honestly think you just tell everybody to play their best, and whatever happens, happens.
I think so.
Whatever happens, happens. But our focus, the match that we're going to focus on is the University of Texas at Dallas B team, which faces a incredibly tough task against a hungry Mizzou that lost yesterday on the heels of Mikhail Antopov's loss with the white pieces against Aram Hakobian. So they're going to be looking to come back. But I'm pretty impressed with the UTDB squad. They don't have a single grandmaster, but some of these international masters in this tournament, JX, are playing well beyond grandmaster level. I apologize. David Brodsky has just confirmed his grandmaster title, so he is the lone grandmaster on the UTDB squad. Brian Escalante, though, I've always been impressed with him. He's a very strong IM, and just some very dynamic players on that UTDB squad.
Indeed. And I also know that Saksham, I know her very well. She goes to UTD, and it is her first year. You can see the youth of this team. Aaron Grabinski, Yuksta, and Rautela. All right, Grabinski, I guess, is actually
he's a grad student, right?
He's a grad student, but the Yuksta and Saksham are both freshmen. So really nice performance. You mentioned the International Masters. Obviously, we had UTRGV, which is a UTRGV-B, I should say, which is an all-IM team. And yeah, in general, also Simeon Kanin, we saw him play the game of the event last year, is also still an IM somehow.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how some of these players take their time to become a grandmaster. But the Mizzou squad, we've talked about it before. Gregorio Parin headlines that squad on board one. Incredibly strong GM, followed by Antipov, who's going to be hungry to redeem himself after yesterday's loss. They've got Christopher Repka, a very solid grandmaster, I think originally from Slovakia. And on board four, they've got Grandmaster Harshit Raja from India, who's still undeclared. It's his third year. Harshit, I think it's time to, decide what you're going to do. Although it took me until the start of junior year, and then I changed my major. So I'm not exactly in a position to criticize.
Do you want to reveal what your original major was?
Yes, it was called Symbolic Systems, which is a Stanford-only major. I'll talk a little bit about it as the games begin. I just wanted to really quickly go over the format for those who are joining us late. The time control for the PanAms is 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. There is no additional time on move 30 or move 40. You just get 90 minutes for the whole game. And the team scoring is very straightforward. Each team member gets 1 point per win, half a point for a draw, and the totals are added up. And the cumulative totals determine the team result. If your team scores 2.5 and the opposing team scores 1.5, you win the match and your team gets 1 point for that win. So it's all very straightforward. Let's take you to the playing hall from Seattle, Washington, where the games are about to begin. And JX, yes, I was a symbolic systems major, which is sort of a cross between linguistics and computer science and a little bit of psychology. So you take classes from a bunch of different disciplines, but then I decided to do what was best for my employment and become a history major. No, just kidding. Become a history major.
Yeah, we got a nice shot there in the playing hall. I just saw Oparin sharing a laugh with his teammate over on board 3. I think a lot of the players are nervous, but it's also just really nice being able to play with your close friends, your close teammates, your peers.
Yeah.
And I think everyone will enjoy this moment.
No, honestly, being able to share this moment with your teammates is a bonding experience, as we see a little commotion there. Probably the clock is not starting. You can see the arbiter coming over, and I'm not sure which match this is. Oh, this is the under 1800 match. Okay, there we go. No, still doesn't work.
No, not quite.
Really sure what the matter is there.
Speaking of the under 1800, I don't think we. I think yesterday we saw that my sister's alma mater, UT Austin, won, and they're the last undefeated team. Is that correct?
I think they are the last undefeated team, defeating
Mhm.
the all-women's University of Washington Team B squad. That was a very tightly contested match. So they have had a very impressive run. And we've interviewed Joe Lee, the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, who made the point that this is actually the best time to be a casual college player. There's room for everybody to play in the PanAms, not just the best teams. But speaking of the best teams, the Webster squad, I think, is the only squad that casually had breakfast today and aren't feeling that nervous. They've got qualifications secured, and they've got everything under complete control.
Absolutely. They're the only ones that can relax for today. This matchup, which we see on the screen once again, Oparin, he played d4, and his opponent's not at the board. Interesting.
Yeah, in fact, none of the
Wait a second.
UTDB players, except I think their board 4,
That is weird.
are at the board.
That is
And there
okay.
he
Now
goes.
we see some
David
players
Brodsky.
arriving.
David
Sometimes
Brodsky
it's
arrives at the
I don't
scene.
know about you, but I'm not a morning person. Sometimes the alarm doesn't go off. Sometimes there's a long line at breakfast. But yeah, he's here.
Have you ever overslept a morning game at a tournament?
I have never forfeited a game, but I have definitely overslept and like literally woken up like 5 minutes before the game. All I can do is like get dressed and then I just go down with like terrible hair.
No, I've had that experience before. I've never overslept a game, but I remember I was playing a tournament in Atlanta, and this tournament was right after the Castle Chess Camp where I was teaching. And I was exhausted on the last day of camp, so I went to bed at 8 p.m. And the first game of the tournament is the next day at 10 a.m. And I didn't set an alarm. I'm going to bed at 8 p.m.
Oh no.
I woke up at 9:50 a.m. and I had 10 missed calls, and my phone had been going off, and everybody knew I was about to oversleep. So I made it to the round, but it was just by miracle that I didn't sleep another 30 minutes. But that was my only close call. I'm actually surprisingly reliable with, showing up to the board during tournaments.
And I think a very important thing to note is that they have an early morning start today. It is 9 a.m. local time in Seattle where they are playing. So that's probably why it looks like Brodsky just woke up there.
Yeah, he probably did. It is very early in Seattle. 9 a.m. start time for a chess game is a travesty, honestly. I'm just going to flat out say that this is a crime against humanity.
Like if
make them play chess at 9.
Somebody invites me to an open, I just quickly scan the schedule. If any round starts before 10 a.m., it's an insta-no for me. So let that be known to all organizers out there.
Yeah, if they have it out for you, just schedule the last round at 8 or 9. No, I agree. I think we're going to see a fair share of quick draws. We will have the games for you very shortly. We're just going to wait for the live feeds to update.
Wait, look at this. Look at this. Tianqi Wang is also late to the game, as you can see.
Yeah, now that's something I can talk to him personally about. There's Benjamin Gladura, his opponent. Tianqi has had a very tough go of it. He's had Theodora with black, then a Wonder Liang with black, and now the cherry on top, you've got Benjamin Gladura in the last morning round. Finally, he gets white, though.
Yeah, he does get white. I think especially after those 2 black games, he's probably going to just look for something solid. He's had a great tournament. His team has had a great tournament, and there we see him. He has arrived.
He has arrived. The handshake has occurred. And Steve is actually a very positional player most of the time with white. So I'm expecting, one knight f3, one c4. And Gladura probably won't mind a draw with the black pieces.
I don't think
but
so.
I'm actually I'm very curious, and as I made the prediction that Webster is going to play, I'm curious if they're going to play on all 4 boards, or are the players with the black pieces going to offer a draw? You don't think that's going to happen?
No, I think you might be onto something. I think the players with black don't mind at all, but at the end of the day, they're just going to play chess. So like if it's a draw, it's a draw. And the players with white are also just going to play chess. So you mentioned it earlier, Liam, he's a 2,700 player in his own right. He knows what he's doing. So he's told his players, just play your normal game, just enjoy it. And we have E4, C5 played on the board. So much for going for a draw, huh?
No, you're right. Gladura playing his main line, the Sicilian defense, and Tianqi responding with an Alapin. That's what I like to see.
That is
a little Alapin action.
And what I also like to see is another chance to shout out Danya Speedrun, guys, in case you missed it yesterday. Danya recommends the Alapin against the Sicilian. I actually don't recommend it myself. Although I don't
Hmm.
recommend open ceiling either. I play a lot of sidelines. The d4, queen takes d4 line is my
Yep.
pet opening. Also, the bishop b5 check. However, there are so many interesting playable options against the Sicilian. So it's just, you go your own way.
And a lot of players, they make the mistake of assuming that whatever Magnus Carlsen plays, they also
Oh,
want to
yeah.
play.
Oh, yeah.
And just because, the top guys don't necessarily play a line, it doesn't mean it's bad at a 1600 level. So this is a very common misperception that you have to copy what the top guys do. At a lower level, the menu of options is actually a lot broader. So you got the luxury of choosing so many lines that, someone like Levon Aronian isn't exactly going to play.
No, he's not. Yeah. And I think, shall we look into some live boards now?
Yeah, let's well, I think we're waiting for the live feeds to start displaying. I think they just did. And I think we can delve into the games themselves. Here we go. Okay, let's start with the Webster Texas RGV match, shall we?
Let's do it. Board 1.
Okay, so we've got Aram Hakobian. I think board 1 hasn't updated just yet. We've got board 2 here between Hakobian and Jakob Fuss. And we've got a Nimzo Indian on that board, a kind of slightly strange variation. I guess this was a Samish or a Kmoch variation with A3.
Kmoch? Wait, what'd you just say?
I think it's Kmoch, Kmoch.
Oh, Kmoch.
Isn't that what it's called?
No, it's Kmoch. Actually, the K is also silent. It's Kmoch. It's a Kmoch. In fact, the only word that's not silent is the M. The MO is not silent. Yeah, so the K, C, and H are all silent. It's like Kmoch.
Wow, interesting. I actually had no idea. So that variation, I'm just going to refer to it as that variation. E3 followed by an early A3. I think the actual Kmoch is A3 immediately, but this is actually very, very similar. E3 and A3. And black responds by striking at the center with C5.
Yeah, very typical stuff. I think we saw a similar approach in the Wykonze last year. Jordan Van Forest won. He actually won a beautiful game against Anish Giri, his compatriot. And this is what put the line on the map, because you give yourself double pawns and also lose the tempo with A3, but you're saying that I'm going to go F3, E4 and go all in on the center and kingside attacking ideas.
And when the Nimzo Indian was taught to me years and years ago, the kind of classical plan that black has in these lines is to go after the C4 pawn. And you often see black going B6 and then the hyperfianchetto with bishop A6, followed by knight C6 and then knight to A5. So black often goes after this pawn, and white uses the time available that black takes doing that to expand in the center and orchestrate some kingside play. So you actually get some really exciting action in these types of variations.
Great point. Indeed, black tends to go after the C pawn. White tends to actually sacrifice that pawn in order to jumpstart the kingside attack. So when I say all in, I really do mean all in.
Does the knight go out to G3 in this line?
Yes.
So if black plays knight C6, white could start with F3, white could start with knight G3. Yeah, very interesting opening here. I think this is going to lead to a very sharp game.
Danya, what would you recommend against this line for black, since you're a Nimzo player?
Well, I'd say primarily I'm a King's Indian player, but I have never really faced A3 that many times. If I faced it tomorrow, the line that I have kind of played casually is actually D6 and then E5.
Oh, that is not a good line.
Really? Okay, yeah. That's good to know. Because white often goes like E4 and F4. You spared me a loss.
C5. You should play C5 here.
Yeah, I should look into it. C5, obviously, I know is the principal move, but I've never studied these lines in a disciplined fashion. And maybe neither has Jakob Fuss, because he's taking his time on the next move.
This probably caught him off guard. Aram, we know him very well. He does some creative opening prep, and we see this from another player that most people are familiar with, Daniel Dubov. He's often playing openings or moves that the engine doesn't necessarily suggest, but the practical value of these moves, the practical value, meaning that it's tricky to face. So like if you're not an engine, you're not going to react properly. And that's what Aram is counting on here.
And that's a new breed of player who who isn't just obsessed with, what the engine is saying, which I think was the case for many, many years when engines were still, relatively innovative. Nowadays, the way that we use engines in preparation has really evolved, and we don't just monkey what the engine is saying. A lot of players are actually investing their own energy into building kind of a symbiotic relationship with the engine and coming up with ideas that aren't necessarily just lying on the surface.
Yeah, and another player who is notorious for this is Fabiano Caruana, who famously said that he's more attracted to moves that the engine doesn't recommend. Let that sink in for a second.
No, well, they're just harder to prepare against. They're harder to anticipate, and they lead to more interesting positions. So it makes perfect sense. So this is board 2 between Webster and UT-RGVB. Board 3 is kind of a regular Catalan. We could switch to the Mizzou Dallas match if you're into that. What catches your eye?
I think we go to board 2. Yes, let's jump there.
Well, board 2. This is board 2. You mean board 2?
I meant the UT Dallas. I mean, actually, because board 3 and board 4 are both Catalans in the opening. Do you want to show it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So we've got Oparin against Brodsky. That's actually board 1 of the Mizzou UTDB match. So let's jump into that game.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Because we have a slightly more interesting Catalan than in the Ozanir Kizada game from the Webster match. What do you make of this?
Do you know Catalan theory?
A fair amount. I mean, it depends on which sub-variation.
I'm trying to think I can reveal, because I have secrets in this line. I don't want to.
I have played this with Black. I actually just played this with Black in my last tournament, the C6 line.
Right. Yeah, I have secrets here. I can't say anything.
No, you should definitely not.
You go.
Don't reveal anything sensitive. Yeah. Any classified information. I know that B5, I think, is a move here. No, it's not.
No, B5. B5 is the main move. B5, AB5, Bishop D2, Queen D2. CB5, Queen G5, castles, Queen B5, Bishop A6.
Wait. Let me cut you off for a second. B5,
yeah.
AB5.
Yeah, Bishop D2.
Bishop D2, there's Knight FD2.
No.
I don't think it's in this position.
Wait, did I confuse it? Let me think.
No, this has to be bad for Black.
Oh, excuse me. Maybe Bishop takes D2 first. Excuse me.
Bishop takes D2 in this position. Yeah, and after Knight B takes D2. Oh,
no, here B5.
D2, okay.
Yeah, it's Queen D2. Queen D2 is correct, threatening Knight A3. And now it's the line. B5, AB5, CB5. This is my game against Lenier Dominguez from the St. Louis Rapid. Queen G5, castle. Queen takes B5. I think it's Bishop A6.
Sorry, after Queen B5, what's the move?
Bishop A6.
Okay.
And I would ask chat after Queen takes A5, what is the idea for Black? But we are on a 15-minute delay, unfortunately. So I'll ask you, what is the move for Black here, Danya?
Is it Bishop B7, Queen D8, Rook A1?
Yes.
Wow, that's a cool idea here. And then the intermezzo, Rook takes A1, going after the king and going after the knight. So I guess if White takes on F8, it's probably a draw.
Right. That's what I played. Queen F8, King F8, castles, and after Rook A2, we made a draw.
Wow, that's a super. And then this is what preparation looks like at the highest level these days.
Right. It's also why I'm now a professional streamer, because the issue is, like, you have to. I mean, guys like Dominguez, they don't even have to break a sweat to hold me with Black. So it's like, yeah, there's no future for me there.
I don't know. I mean, this, I wouldn't mind to be held in this kind of a manner, but I totally get what you're saying. Okay, we can go back to the live board because Brodsky plays a sideline. He castles and he says, I don't care about keeping the pawn. You can take it if you want to. So why is White not just slightly better after Queen takes C4?
I can tell you why. Yeah, I can tell you why, but I can't. I can't tell you why. I mean,
there's a concrete reason.
There's a concrete reason that I don't want to reveal because it's a novelty in this position.
Oh, and maybe Brodsky will play it. We'll see.
He might play it.
But clearly Oparin is not familiar with the move castles. I know that Brodsky has this prepared because he doesn't just go into lines accidentally.
I'm really nervous, I have to say. I'm hoping he doesn't play it because I was going to use this myself. I wanted to use this myself.
I see. Well, we will keep an eye on this game. We're anticipating Queen takes C4, or maybe I can start by taking the bishop and then take the pawn.
They're both playable. Yeah, that's what Dimitri Andrekin played against me in a Title Tuesday.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we will keep a close eye on this game. Maybe we should go to the third board in this match between Repka and Grabinski. We've got a nice little Sicilian going there.
That's what I
So
love to
let's
hear.
keep our little tour of the top games
Oh
going.
no, this is another line that I've analyzed. Okay, what can I say about this? So I know what the best response here for black is, but should I reveal it or not is the question.
Well, to my untrained eye, D5, and this actually came from an English. What's interesting is this looks like a Sicilian. It transposes into a Sicilian, but it started off as a symmetrical English, and then with white playing E4 and D4, transposes into a variation of the Sicilian. So black goes bishop C5, forces the knight back, and then drops the bishop into B4.
So the funny thing about this is we just mentioned Dominguez. This is my game against Dominguez again from the U.S. Championship Online Rapid Tournament. He played with black, and this was actually my best game. So if chat is interested, check out my game against Lanier Dominguez from this opening if you want to see how black should play.
Wow. Here Dominguez and Jeffrey Chong, they've gone through every possible variation. English, Catalan, Sicilian.
We played our fair share of games.
Yeah. And across all time controls, of course. So D5 here is very tempting to me. Just looking at this position based on, first principles, trying to strike at the center. Of course, black can also always play D6. But compared to other Sicilians, this is obviously more positional, I think, in nature.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. There are two approaches. Like D5 is the one you said. The one I played against Dominguez was to actually double the pawns, similar to the Aram game, where you give your opponent double pawns in exchange for, parting ways with the dark square bishop. And then, like, you do the exact same approach. You play knight E5, you play B6, and then you try to go after the C4 pawn.
I gotcha. Interesting. So a lot of options here for Aaron Grabinski of UTD. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this Sicilian game as it unfolds. I'm kind of hunting for any interesting openings that I can see. And most of the games are still in their, early opening phases. So let's see what we can find here. There's also the match between Eyal Greenberg, Irakli Baradze. I'm drawing a blank. That's Texas Tech University. Texas Tech University. It's still not totally out of the tournament if they win. As Alejandro Ramirez told us yesterday, a team that has 4.5 and good tie breaks could still hypothetically qualify. Go ahead.
But if you look at the standings, let's say the top two are through, and obviously it's going to be RGV and Webster. We can say that for sure. One of Mizzou and UTD, and then you're right. It's going to be one more team on 4.5, maybe St. Louis, maybe Texas Tech. It's going to be. Oh wait, I just realized something though. So there are two Mizzou teams and there are two UTD teams. Look at that. So this is an interesting scenario. It's like you have two horses in the race.
Yeah, and all of them hypothetically have chances to qualify. As does UT RGVA that I think we should take a look at now because we've got some GM on GM matchups there. So if we switch over to the UT RGVA match on the top board, we have somebody we haven't looked at yet. Gergely Cantor is facing off against Camille Dragoon. So maybe we should jump to that game.
Oh, this is the line that Sam Shanklin pioneered. Go back. I'll show you what he did.
Interesting. This was a Scotch game. So let's go back all the way to the start. And Gergely Cantor, by the way, part of the Webster B squad. The top board is a Grandmaster still. Okay, so a Scotch.
So I play the Fortnite Scotch, as I mentioned yesterday, but Bishop D3 is another line you can dabble in. And it's an interesting idea. You delay the knight on B1 to go C4 later, as you can see.
So rather than the traditional developing move knight C3, what you're saying is that white played C4, immediately contesting the center and inducing a weakness of the E4 square and some of the light squares in the center.
Exactly.
White puts a knight there.
And this is a dynamic pawn structure. Black has the pass pawn on D4. You can even support that with C5 later. But white is saying that my blockade on D3 will keep the pawn at bay. And you've got ideas like knight F6 and queen H5. You're going to put the rook on the open file. What do your instincts tell you, though? What do you think about this?
Well, I was going to play devil's advocate here and say, okay, if black trades knights and then puts the rook on b8 and then tries to play c5. Positionally speaking, what is the source of White's advantage here? Does White even have an advantage?
So there's
According
only
to
one
theory.
move. There's only one move to equalize. This one I can reveal because Ding has already showed it. The great Ding Liren, obviously, he will be playing a world championship match soon. A very good friend of mine as well. Rook b8. Rook b8 is the correct move in this position.
Rook b8 immediately. So you don't wait for White to put like a bishop on e4.
It's
Interesting.
Is it like you want to trade on your own terms? I'm trying to think. It might. Yeah, I think.
Well, let's take the opposite perspective. I'm going to ask you this: what if Black plays knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, and rook b8? How does White
I'm
get
trying
the
to
advantage
actually
here?
remember. I'm trying to remember which one is precise because I remember rook b8. I don't remember if it's takes and rook b8 or if it's rook b8 right away. I'm starting to think that it is takes and rook b8. Though.
Oh, well, I can see that after
I'm
something
mistaken.
like rook e1, White does have very active pieces. That bishop on e4, the queen could jump out to h5.
That is
so it could get unpleasant here.
That's the concept, but I think after you go bishop b7 for Black, which is an important idea that Ding showed, if after the bishops trade, the problem is you no longer have that nice blockade on d3. It's like
and Black could play c5.
Right. So you talk about this a lot on your speed run. Everybody take a shot. You talk about this a lot on your speed run. You want the knights are the best blockades, first of all, but in general, you want your weakest piece blockading. So queen d3 is a much worse blockade than a bishop.
Yeah, because you want your queen essentially doing other things other than just sitting there passively blocking the pawn. No, this type of position seems completely watertight for Black. I don't see Cantor losing a position like this. So Dragoon is going to have to try to exploit the temporary activity of his pieces. But, you know, this is as good of a line as any. He's clearly getting his opponent to think. So if we go back to the live position, Georgi Cantor taking his time after the move knight e4. We will see if he will be able to neutralize Dragoon's initiative out of the opening. We can stay on this match maybe and go down to board 2 between Anna Sargsyan and Viktor Gazik, who are playing out a very interesting line of the Sicilian. We could talk about this for hours.
We could.
And look at this. Gazik is taking his time in a very well-known position.
That is an extremely bad sign. That's bizarre, actually.
It is very bizarre because queen c7 here is pretty much automatic, I think, right?
No, bishop b7.
There's also bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop b7 is a move. But, like, you're not supposed to think here. This is very well-known theory.
You're supposed to have decided what you're playing before the game.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a transmission error. I don't
it could be. It could be also that maybe Sargsyan is not an e4 player. If I remember well, Sargsyan is a d4 player. So that could be another reason.
She did play e4 against me in our blitz game in Charlotte. So maybe she's recently started playing e4. But whatever it is, this line is pretty crazy. You don't go into this with Black if you don't know the theory.
Right, you don't. Absolutely not. So yeah, we'll see what the issue is, what he'll come up with, but that is not a good start for Viktor Gazik.
Okay, on we go to board 3. Juraj Druska against Ezra Chambers. Ezra Chambers lost that painful game a couple days ago to Christopher Repka.
What does this remind you of, Daniel? What does this remind you of?
What does this position remind me of?
The setup for White. Like, who plays this?
The setup for White. I mean, Hikaru somewhat, but not really. Is it a Grandmaster?
It's Sib Elephant. Vladislav Artemiev always plays the double fianchetto. I thought you would know because he knocked you out in the speeches.
No, I know that he plays this kind of stuff. Yeah. But I don't know if he plays this against the reverse London setup. I guess he does.
He does, because I played this against him 10 times, so that's why.
Yeah, no, Artemiev is definitely a big, knight f3, c4 kind of guy.
No, knight f3, g3, b3, yeah.
The big dilemma here for White is, some people, they put their pawn on d3. Other people play this in a more kind of Queen's Gambit type of way and play d4. So, obviously, White doesn't have anything here objectively. This position is equal.
You are absolutely correct, by the way, when you mentioned reverse London. It is, in fact, reverse London. If you imagine, let's say, d4, knight f6, bishop f4, Black could basically play the same setup that White is doing now. And we get pretty much the same position except like a tempo down.
I'm not truly that impressed with this setup from White's. I've played this from the white side a couple times, and I always feel like black is so solid here that there isn't really too much of an active plan. I know there are all these ideas with like rook a2 and queen a1 later, but Druzga taking his sweet time here as well. So something might have gone wrong in the preparation room for RGV.
I mean, we said it. It's 9 a.m. What is there to prep, right? The prep is just wake up on time, just set the alarm. That's the prep.
Yeah, that is the entire prep. Interesting. Okay, well, that's board 3 of the UT-RGV Webster B matchup. Board 4 is nothing really to write home about, so we could perhaps take a look at another match. All right. Well, one game we haven't looked at is Tianxu Wang against Benjamin Gladura, which we now have. And that's, of course, the top board of the top match between Webster and UT-RGV-B. So let's go all the way back up to our top game of the day, that Alpen Sicilian.
Yeah, the Alpen Sicilian. And Gladura is playing a line that I would not recommend. This is very dangerous to face. This is exactly how Bortnick beat Magnus Carlsen. He beat Marcus Carlsen in a Title Tuesday last round. Bortnick actually won the game and won the tournament. What he did here was just go rook d1. He played knight b2, knight e4. And it's very, very difficult for black to get their pieces out. You have a space disadvantage due to the pawn e5. And I'm sure you can speak more about that as an Alpen player yourself.
When I look at these types of positions, I never understand what the appeal is for black, to be honest. Like, yeah, you've got a nice knight on d5, but that's about the only thing that you have going up for you from a positional standpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean, would you usually develop bishop d7, bishop c6, or like knight b7, b6, bishop b7? I'm not a fan of either.
No. So let's say black plays. I mean, most people who aren't familiar with the theory would be tempted to just play knight to c6 here.
Right.
What is going to be White's response to that? Is it rook f1 to d1?
It's rook d1, and I'll tell you what the big issue is. It's your bishop on c8. You want your bishop on c8 to be along the b7 to g2 diagonal. And when you go knight c6, there's literally no good square for that bishop.
Yeah, and Gladura's kind of rubbing his eyes. I don't think he's too happy to be facing this line this early in the morning. It's too early for an Alpen. And if you play this in a very kind of nonchalant manner, I think we could probably show on the analysis board how this could go kind of wrong for black. So let's say black goes knight c6 and white goes rook d1.
Yeah.
And black just kind of keeps developing with b6. I think white can probably already take on d5.
I think even taking knight c3 with an overwhelming position already. Like your bishop gets out to f4. Looks so pleasant.
Extremely pleasant. Bishop b6 is a sad necessity here. There is there is queen b5.
I'm not sure if I would go pawn.
Wait, have you been your move? Wait a minute. Positionally better, yeah.
The fact that you suggested queen b5, have you been hanging out with Yasser?
Gift me the pawn. No,
like queen b5 is so greedy.
This is not just any pawn.
No, but queen b5 is such
the ultimate pawn.
I understand it's a nice pawn, but queen b5 is a very, very greedy move.
And I think it could backfire now that I think about it after something like queen to c7.
Right.
Because if you take on d5, black will open up the d file and put a rook on e8. So this is probably all unnecessary. Yeah. Just bishop f4, and white is positionally better due to black's lame bishops, particularly the light squared one.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about the early morning blues. We spoke about it. I know that I can't play chess in the morning. The early morning blues got Zeke thinking 20 minutes on a theoretical position. David Brodsky looking sleepy. Gladura rubbing his eyes. It's the early morning blues.
Yeah, and I think this benefits the lower rated team. You know, if everybody's tired, then things become very unpredictable. He goes, speaking of unpredictable, knight b8 to d7 is Gladura's choice. Is he going around to b6? And then he's going to try to play bishop d7, bishop c6.
I do like that idea because you sort of want to fight for the d5 square. And that makes a lot of sense to me the more I look at it.
But if I'm white, I'm seriously contemplating bishop takes d5 because this might be your last chance to ruin black's pawn structure in that way. And you could even follow up with e6, although opening up the f file could be kind of dangerous for white with the bishop coming out to g4.
Exactly. Let's actually, can we put that on the board because it's a critical line? Let's take an e6. It's a very important line.
Let's put that on the board, and then afterward we will have our first guest of the day, Joe Lee, coming on to talk about the under 1800 match. But let's take a look at this line. Take stakes e6, very principled play by white. Knight b6, for instance. No, I like this for black. I think black is doing fine here.
Yeah, you do have a point. White would have to play move like h3, but then bishop f5. So yeah, I agree with you. There's no need to jump the gun with e6. So would you take on d5 and knight c3, or would you just keep playing the position rook d1? Or
I would take and go knight c3. Okay. Yeah,
knight b6?
Knight b6 probably.
Yeah.
And just maybe a calm move, like, well,
bishop
I don't
G4?
know if I want to allow bishop g4.
I don't know if you want to allow
H3.
bishop g4, right? Yeah.
Maybe just h3, and this is exactly what you want as a low-rated player, just a low-risk position with a slight advantage.
And it's so frustrating for the high-rated player because, you know you're a stronger player, but you're just here in a slightly worse position, totally symmetrical with no winning chances.
Very few. Bishop f4. If white doesn't do anything majorly bad or take any big risks, there's no reason you should lose a game like this with white. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff by Steve. I think this was a great opening choice to take Ladura out of the theoretical weeds and play something solid. This speaks volumes about how annoying the Alapin can be even at a high level.
Indeed, very annoying. For me personally, as a Sicilian player, I've always hated playing against the Alapin. So you, obviously, naming that opening, putting it on the map in your speed run is kind of annoying from my point of view.
So something else that's really interesting is that on the board 3 game in the same match between Webster and UTRGV, this was a Catalan that I initially skipped over because it was pretty boring, but they're actually following a line that I myself have played extensively with black. So I actually think I've had the exact position that they have in one of my games.
Danya, this is crazy. We finally have an opening that you know better than me. I don't know this opening at all.
Can you say that again?
We finally have an opening that you know better than me. You know this opening better than me.
There's very few of them. But the point here is that, go ahead.
No, I wanted you to tell us about it.
So basically, this is a line of the Catalan where black plays bishop b4 check, and the traditional move is bishop back to e7. But there's this move bishop back to d6, which I've been playing for a while, and I've actually played it for both colors. The fun fact is that the first time I learned about this line, I played the Catalan with white against Josh Friedel, Grandmaster Josh Friedel in the 2014 U.S. Championship. And that game followed this game, I think, almost to the current position, because I played exactly what Ozdemir played, which is to put the bishop on g5, trade on f6, go knight bd2 and e4. Very natural play by white. But black just drops the bishop back to e7 and says, hey, I've got the bishop pair. I've got a really solid center. And even though white has a space advantage, white often gets overextended in these types of positions. And knight back to b8 is a very important move, paving the way for bishop d7, followed by knight c6, reorganizing your pieces. And black is not worse here. That I know for a fact.
Wow, great insights, Danya. Super smart play by Quesada. He's a very solid Cuban player, knows his stuff. And I think the whole idea of putting that on c6 here is you stop penetration along the c file, and you also put pressure on the d4 pawn.
Yeah, and a lot of people might be afraid of the look of queen c7, but black, actually, you can't really go knight c6 here.
Yeah, knight 6, rook c6, right? I think you can just
rook
take
c6,
it.
Take.
Maybe rook c8. You try to neutralize pressure. Rook c8.
Rook c8. Bishop d8 also came to mind.
Yeah, I wanted to go rook c8, and after rook c1, now I take in bishop d8. Because if you go bishop d8 right away, you would cut off your rook. That's why I played rook c8 first.
Oh, and it's rook b7. There's bishop c8.
I love this because all of black's pieces are in the back rank. Look at that.
Hilarious line. The rook is literally just trapped on b7. White has to go all the way back. And a very important detail, which actually is incredibly tilting for white, is that you can almost never go bishop b5 because of this trick, knight takes e5. This hurt me in the Friedel game tremendously.
Wait, Friedel game? I blundered this so many times in Blitz.
So against me too. This particular tactic is so easy to miss. Against Friedel, we got a situation like this, and he actually played, not in this end game, but in a middle game, he played basically the move b5.
Which actually is a good move here. It's a good move here because also bishop b6.
Exactly. And the same idea, bishop b5, knight e5. and black has the superiority in the center. So I ended up being worse, and I saved the game by miracle. But it was the first time I learned about this line, and then I started playing it with black against the Catalan. So
Wow, good stuff.
great stuff here by Quezada.
And by the way, Ozanir doing the same approach. So Quesada goes knight b8. He says, if you can do it, I can do it. Knight b1.
Give me some of that, says Ekenbars. Ozanir playing for the b5 square. And after knight c6, knight c3, I mean, the position is obviously equal. Neither side, we can't talk about either side being better here. It's just a very double-edged, rich positional struggle.
Indeed. I like this approach, knight c3. I think strong players and to be more specific, Russian school players, I'm queuing up the accent, Danya. Russian school players notice weak squares. They notice weak squares in the position. And despite being a Turkish player, Ozanir sees it that night, making a beeline towards the b5 square.
Yeah, that is a very juicy square. And an outpost on d6 potentially in the event that the bishop eventually disappears, except it won't because white doesn't have a dark squared bishop to trade it for. But pretty impressive opening preparation in this game for Quesada. And I guess we can move on to, well, the board 2 game between Jacobian and Fus continues to be very, very interesting. Do you want to take a quick look at that one, or is there another game that catches your eye?
No, I wanted to try my hand at an accent. I wanted to say, okay, knight c3, knight b5. Okay, you have to do it. You have to do it.
Not bad.
You have to do it.
A little too early in the morning for accents, but a little bit too early, yeah, because, okay, on knight b3 stuff, yeah. I mean, okay, this is position very equal and clear, but white can try some, maneuvering play, these typical ideas, yeah.
Can you clarify in chat, is that Ivanchik or Nepo?
It was started off as a generic GM, and then I kind of went into Ivanchik mode.
Okay.
So,
all right.
In any case, let's go to the board 2 game between Jacobian and Jakob Fus and update everybody on what's going on here. This is the Chmach variation. And what's happening here?
Yeah, so we checked in earlier. Black or Jakob Fus went for the exact plan which you mentioned with c5, b6, knight c6, bishop a6, knight a5, and he played this typical move that we should point out, knight e8. Where's that knight headed to?
It's headed to d6, and it's headed to d6 to add more firepower to black's attack on the c4 pawn. There's almost no doubt in my mind that Aram Jacobian is going to lose that pawn. At this point, he doesn't care. All he cares about is whether he can get sufficient counterplay against black's king. So what exactly happens? What's stopping Jakob Fus from going knight d6? He actually went knight b3 instead and traded off the bishop, but now he's no longer going to lose this pawn.
Very, very interesting decision there by Jakob Fus. Shall we go back one move and put knight d6 on the board?
Yeah.
This
so
was
why
critical.
Did he shy away
this was absolutely
from this
critical.
move?
Let's think here. There must be maybe like e5 and d6?
e5, knight d takes e4 and d6, and you're basically saying black's minor pieces are kind of stuck in molasses on the queen side.
Yeah, there is an annoying pin. And I was thinking f6 for black, but there might be queen h5, maybe.
f6, trying to cut through the pawn chain. Queen to h5, threatening mate. And if I go g6, you obviously have this.
Oh, show it. Yeah, show it.
But this is, and white doesn't need to go for a perpetual here. This is just game over, I think, after knight h5.
Rook g8, checkmate.
Rook g8, queen h6 is mate.
So
exactly.
Which is why after queen h5 I have to go f5.
So in this position you have to push the pawn one square further. Yeah, and I mean I still think the black is pretty watertight on the king side. And the knight is well protected.
Oh my god, Danya.
You see a crazy line.
Yeah, f4 protecting the e5 pawn. How about knight takes a3? How do you like that?
Oh, knight takes a3, exploiting the potential fork. And if bishop takes a6, you swing around to c2, win the rook, and then the knight easily evacuates back to b3.
That's what we call. That's a
lovely move.
We call that fossilizing the juicer.
Oh, definitely. And now black is up 2 juicers. White has nothing to show for it on the king side. I honestly think if Jakob Fust was really playing for maximum, knight d6 might have been the way to do it. But okay, instead, if we go back to the live board, he's traded white's dark squared bishop. And the downside of that is that he no longer has an easy path toward winning the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I don't like the decision here because white's the one who has all the trumps on the king side, right? Huge space advantage. He's going to go castle. He's going to go f4. He's going to go e5. He's going to go f5. And in the meantime, black's only play was against that c4 pawn. So now what do you do?
And the thing is, Aram is he's such a dynamic tactical player. This is exactly the kind of position I think that he envisioned having out of the opening. He's got a big time advantage. He's got a clear plan of attack on the king side. And I would completely ignore what the eval bar is saying. Like, it's giving 0.1 for black. This could go out of control for black really, really quickly.
I honestly think so. Like, I was considering to go e5 and lock it up, but again, it's like black's the one that doesn't have ideas. You're just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, you are. And Jakob Fust is sitting and thinking. We will keep you posted on what decision he makes. This game does have the potential to get very exciting in the next couple of moves. All right. Well, we will have Jolie on in a couple of minutes here. Perhaps we could look at one more game before we get him on the show. I'm looking around to see.
No, wait. Don't we have two? We have the game. We have the board 4 game, don't we? Or no?
We do have the board. Oh, the board 4 game in the Webster match between Pateni and Burke.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see if I can find that one. Pateni against Burke. We do have that one. And we have another Ruy Lopez. It seems that Tomas Pateni plays the Ruy Lopez exclusively with both colors. And let's switch to the board 4 game in the Webster UTRGV game. Knight to h5, the last move by Pateni.
Right. Clearly the knight heading to the f4 square. The first move that comes to mind, by the way, is rook e1, but I think black is going to go f5. So that's another idea. f5. You want to blast open the f file, really put maximum pressure on the f2 point.
So you're saying Tomas Pateni is kind of going for the throat with the black pieces out of the opening. I think we should also show the people in the chat might be wondering why there isn't a I actually kind of wondering why white can't play.
Oh, I didn't even
Bishop
see
C6
that.
and 95.
I didn't even see that. No, I would have said it, but I didn't see it. Let's look. Bishop C6, B6, 95.
Let's look. Opening up an attack on the knight. This is a classic idea.
So, knight G3, knight C6. So I think you have to take on E5 here, right?
You have to take. White takes. You take.
Take on D3, take on E5.
Yeah, I mean, this is an extra pawn for white. And
that's a pawn.
It is. And that's another one that's hanging. And yeah, white looks very awkward here, but you're going to move the knight out from D2 and develop the bishop, and you're going to be fine.
Yeah, wow. Wait, let's go back. What are we missing here?
What are we missing here? Does black have any alternatives here?
I was actually going to say maybe black should have played B5 first, B5 and then knight H5, but that has another flaw, so we don't have to point that out.
What about knight F4,
knight C6, queen G,
and queen G5?
Whoa, Danya, that is Rebecca Harris style chess.
I mean, I'm just threatening mate, but I was worried about queen F3 initially, but you've got knight takes H3 check, and it's a complete mess.
Let's see, how messy is it? Knight H3, I move king where do I even go? King H1?
Yep. Bishop G4, queen G3.
This is very fun. Hang on.
Let me calculate what's going on here.
Give me a second. Let me calculate.
Yeah, what is black's move in this
position? I thought I found a brilliancy. I thought I was trying knight F2, rook F2, queen H4, king G1, bishop G4. I thought I found a brilliancy.
Oh, because the queen is almost trapped.
The problem is there's 97, knight F5.
97, knight F5.
That is, oh my gosh, show it. This is insane.
This is such a cool move. 97, deflecting the queen, and then dropping the knight back and deflecting the queen again, counterattacking it.
Oh my god,
chess emerges with an advantage.
Chess is just so rich. Okay.
Wow.
Let's go back. So is there anything after king H1?
Is there anything after king H1? Well, I think it's just a complete and total mess. Black can try the immediate bishop G4, but then white slides the queen into G3. And if you're the lower rated player, you don't mind a game like this. You don't mind a complete zoo on the board because a zoo leads to blunders by high rated players. So I actually like Tomas Patenyi's decision to go knight h5.
Well, I like it too, but you have to prove something, right? We haven't found a good way
do.
for black.
No. But John Michael Burke he hasn't gone for it yet. I think he might be a little bit worried.
Wait, I'm trying to find a brilliancy. Hold on. I'm working on a brilliancy. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So this is the key position.
G4, Queen G3, Knight F4, Knight A7, Knight E2, Queen G2. No. Rook E8.
Yeah, there's always queen. The queen from G3 can block the check on H2.
Yeah, I'm trying to mate you. You can see what I'm trying to do, right?
I can see what you're trying to do. Bishop G4, Knight F4, check on H5. But I don't know.
I don't see it.
Super complicated.
By the way, the evaluation says it's equal here. That's why I'm trying. Like, if the evaluation said white was better, I would have stopped a long time ago. But there is something here.
Apparently so.
I don't see it. I guess we'll leave the players to it.
We'll leave the players to it. We'll actually have time to think about this position because we will go on our first break of the day, and we will set up Joe Lee, the commissioner of the CCL, to talk more about the under 1800 section and his overall reflections, but that will come after the break. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championship. We'll have Joe Lee and more Pan American action for you on the other side of this break.
January is a special time. The Tata Steel Super Tournament is the Wimbledon of chess. All of the greatest players in the last half-century and beyond have made the wintry journey to Wijk aan Zee and played and won.
Just rook f7, check, boom, rook takes d4, immediately played.
In 2023, the reigning world chess champion, Magnus Carlsen, returns in the hopes of winning his 9th title.
Rook h1!
And
Rook
instantly...
h1!
Tata Steel is famous for its tournament lineup, featuring a creative mix of superstars and super talents that always guarantees fighting chess.
What a devastating moment.
Chess.com will be bringing you the action, the drama, and the emotions live January 13th through January 29th. Don't miss history in the making.
Welcome back to the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Team Chess Championship. We are watching the final round here along with Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. And we have in the studio Joe Lee, also known as Joe Bruin, commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, coming to us live from Seattle. Joe, we've pulled up the games from the top under 1800 match. I know you have kind of a cool story, but first of all, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. It's an honor to be here again. Really excited to dive into these games.
Cool. So I've pulled up the top game from the under 1800 section between UC Santa Barbara Team A and Texas Austin Team B. What are your reflections on this position? And I'm excited to hear your story.
Yeah, well, I see that Kevin has the is this the game? I'm not sure if I'm seeing it right, but I could just talk about the story. So Santa Barbara actually is one of the UC schools, and I, of course, went to UCLA. And I was organizing a lot of tournaments in California in person, actually, at UCLA. And UC Santa Barbara was one of the many teams that went to travel going to these tournaments. Last year in September, UC Santa Barbara actually had the top individual prize, and that player that won was Kevin, actually, who's a national master, which is really strong for the under 1800 section. And Santa Barbara right now is at 4 out of 5, which is, I believe, tied for second. Top team, of course, is UT Austin B, who we saw playing at the top board yesterday. So they won, and they're still undefeated, 5 out of 5. And they have a great chance. I think they can actually clutch a win with just a draw in this match. But of course, they're playing to win. I think in the second match in under 1800 is Georgia Tech versus Duke, both at 4 points. So this is definitely a strong contested section here. But I think UT Austin's still the favorite, despite Santa Barbara having such a strong board one.
Indeed, Joe. Thanks for the update. So Texas Austin B just need 2 points here to win the inaugural under 1800 event, which is a great luxury. By the way, shout out to both squads. My sister went to UT Austin, as I said yesterday. My cousin actually went to UC Santa Barbara. Shout out to the Gauchos. Shout out to the Gauchos.
Nice.
Yeah. Have you ever visited Santa Barbara, Jeffrey?
I've been to San Diego. I've been very close. Are there really nice beaches there?
Santa Barbara's beautiful. I've only been once in my life, amazingly, even though I'm from California.
Yeah, I visited the Gauchos campus right on the coast. It's awesome. Love all the UC schools at California are amazing. Definitely recommend checking them out. I've never been to UT Austin though. I've never done a Texas college trip. So I'm sure you've been to a few of them because you're from there. But yeah, it'd be cool if these teams maybe one day could compete. I was gonna say in person. I guess that's what they're doing now, but it's in Seattle. But I'm thinking maybe bring them campus to campus instead.
Ooh, I'm a big UCLA fan. I mean, my brother went to UCLA. I thought the campus was amazing, and honestly, the food blew me away because I've had food at a good amount of colleges. And honestly, it put Stanford to shame. The amount of options was just insane. And this was 15 years ago. It's probably gotten better since then.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that your brother went to UCLA. That's really cool. But I visited Stanford. Yeah. I haven't had their food, but one thing at UCLA is definitely the food. Every student there will tell you how awesome the dorm food is. And I visited a lot of these college campuses for part of our college ambassador program, actually. And yeah, some campuses really let you down on their food. So I was really lucky at UCLA. But yeah, just to mention our ambassador program really quickly, UC Santa Barbara and UT Austin are actually both part of it. This is something new that Chess.com has just recently launched last summer. And it's a really cool initiative for college chess club leaders to get a ton of free resources and networking from Chess.com. So we send a bunch of merch. We send me and some of my coworkers on campus visits, and we really just empower the chess club leaders to help grow their campus. their chess community on campus. So definitely recommend any interested college chess players to check it out.
Definitely. And Joe, what do you think about the game so far?
Well, it's really interesting. These games for this both these teams, like I said, Kevin for the top board of Santa Barbara is super strong. I think the reason why I was confused is because I didn't see his first name listed there. But even down the boards for the rest of the team is really interesting. I think that UT Austin actually has a player that is undefeated so far. Um, I believe that is their board two, Pranav Eswaran, who's perfect 5 out of 5. So it's going to be really tough for Santa Barbara's board two to try to maybe put an end to their streak. I know Jeremy is at 4.5 out of 5, so they're still undefeated, but only one draw. I think the major difference, though, in this matchup is going to be on board four. Santa Barbara has an unrated player who only has 1.5 so far out of 5. Whereas UT Austin's board four has been a huge reason why they're so successful with a perfect score of 5 out of 5. They are at 4 out of 5 so far. As a board four, that's a pretty impressive score.
And you're talking about Asim Adhikari?
Exactly.
And the unrated players. Siddharth Kannan, who, by the way, is doing pretty well in this game. I don't want to jinx him, but he is up a pawn in a pretty straightforward position. So honestly, if he moves his queen back here, he's got a pretty good shot at holding his own in this game. But you just never know. I mean, these games can really turn at the drop of a hat when you're talking about less experienced players.
Totally agree with you.
Definitely.
Definitely compensation exists here. How about board two?
Board two is the Eswaran Cawthorn game. You mentioned Jeremy with an impressive 1,800 rating. He outrates his opponent by 400 points. But Joe, I mean, you know this better than anybody, especially nowadays. I mean, these 400-point rating differences can be completely meaningless given the proliferation of online chess and wildly underrated players.
That reminds me of a game that I played in the Pacific Coast Open a year or two ago. I don't know if you've ever played in that tournament, Danya. But
yeah, I have.
My last round, I played against a 1200, like a child basically, and it was one of my worst games I ever played. I actually blundered like a whole rook, and fortunately, my opponent didn't take it, and I was still completely losing, and I squeaked out a draw somehow. So like I think I was maybe is like 700 rating points higher than them at the time. And I don't know, they were just like super underrated. So these ratings really don't mean anything, which is why I've been looking at like their performances, because that really tells more of a tale of like how well they've been performing this tournament. But of course, they can always slip up in this last round.
Yeah, I mean, I think White's acquitting himself pretty well thus far. It's a solid position. The rook can come to e1. Joe, we want to let you enjoy the last round here. So I guess just before we let you go one last time, could you maybe share your overall reflections on the PanAm's 2023 and, where you've seen college chess go the last couple of years and where you want to see it go as we go forward?
Man, there's so much that I could talk about because college chess has absolutely boomed in just the last 2 or 3 years. Even this tournament itself, from last year to this year, we've seen such a tremendous growth. This tournament's amazing and incredible, and it's such an honor to just be here in person. Huge shout out to the organizers of this tournament, as well as chess.com for bringing me in. Obviously, college chess has a lot of room to grow, not only in person, but also online in the Collegiate Chess League, which is run by me and chess.com. The team registration deadline is January 13th, which is this Friday. It's coming up soon. And the first week starts on January 21st. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how many teams join. We had over a dozen countries participate last year, so hopefully even more can join this year. And it's just an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Jeffrey and Danya. You guys are incredible. And I'm honored to just be able to give my insights on some of these games.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. It was a pleasure having you. And we hope to have you on again for future broadcasts. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe Bruin, commissioner of the CCL. It's been a pleasure having Joe on the broadcast. And now we get back to our coverage of the top boards and the top matches here at the 2023 PanAms. I really want to go back to the matchup between TTU and I'm just every time I see a match, Jeffrey, I'm like randomly scrambling to remember who they're playing for because there's just so many universities and so many teams.
Oh, this team. Okay.
Yeah, it's Sarksian against Gazik, but I'm just totally blanking on who they're representing.
Yeah, but more importantly, look at Gazik's clock. This is a known position. I've analyzed this myself, and he's down an hour on the clock. Look at Anna's clock and look at his clock.
This is RGV Team A against Webster B. Okay, hopefully I can be forgiven for
I forgive you, Danya. I forgive you.
For blanking out. Now, yes, White has an hour 35. That's 5 minutes more than she started with. And Black has 34 minutes. So tell us more about what you know of this position and why Gazik is taking an hour. Oh, so this is actually a theoretically topical position.
Yeah, I can't, unfortunately. Because there are very few games in this line. What I will say is that it's very entertaining. Like, as you can see, White gave a check. Black is going to have to move the king. And it's going to be razor sharp.
Okay.
Maybe you can guess what are the correct moves here.
Well,
I'm not going to react. I'm not going to react. But
I can tell you that the candidate moves, I'm going to make a very controversial statement, are King E7 and King D8. So I'm going to add a little bit of insight that nobody really has and tell you that there are two available moves in this position. One idea that came to mind. This is, brilliancy after brilliancy. White has Bishop D2, Bishop A5 as a potential idea that came to my mind. Obviously, you have to watch out for Queen takes B2. But it worries me a lot more that Gazik has 33 minutes. It's move 13, and his king is wide open. So this could be a huge result if Anna Sarksian can deliver a win for Webster B, especially since the other boards, I think, are actually doing pretty well.
Honestly, I spoke a little bit about prep in general. I think yesterday I mentioned losing to Fabiano when he didn't even have to play a single move for himself. I don't remember if I mentioned that or not. But this is a self-inflicted wound. When your opponent plays a known line and you're not ready for it, that's on you.
No, it most certainly is. And it's a breakdown in discipline to have this situation in the last round when you really need to play what you're comfortable with. When as the higher rated player with the black pieces, you really can't afford to get upset. And, obviously it's way too early to talk about an upset here. Victor Gazik is still, in a theoretically known position. But if this keeps continuing in the same way, he's going to end up with 5 minutes in an unplayable position. So very interesting game to keep track of here, JX.
By the way, can we jump to a game, not in this, but I just saw it. Aaron Grabinski is in big trouble. He's in hot water against Repka. Shout out to somebody in the chat who said Repka was their friend. Here's my salute to you. Let's go to Christopher Repka.
Okay. So Grabinski against Repka. And this is the current position.
Yeah, so
I can't talk anymore. JX, I'm going to pass it on to you to talk about this.
Right.
For 30 seconds, I'm just going to replace my headphones
really
quickly, but explain why you think Black is in trouble here.
So the problem, everyone, is the bishop on b4 is lacking squares. So Black has two possible moves, bishop c5 or bishop takes e4. If you go bishop takes e4, White will respond with queen g3. The bishop is still under attack. Obviously, if you allow queen takes g7, you are busted. After queen g3, knight h5, there's this move, queen e3. Queen e3, very, very important move. And now both bishops are under attack. The bishop on e4 is hanging. The bishop on b4 is hanging. You would be down a piece. After queen d3, bishop c5, I think White just has a pleasant position. Maybe you can just protect on e4. Knight c3 comes to mind. Knight g3 comes to mind. And the bishop on c5 simply stranded.
You're saying the bishop is stranded, the pawn is weak. And it does look like one of those incredibly unpleasant Sicilian positions. Now, I wasn't hearing it for like 10 seconds. Can we mention why bishop takes e4 doesn't work?
Yes, queen g3, knight h5, queen e3. Very important. Queen e3.
Oh, and the bishops are both hanging after knight h5, queen to e3. This is bad news for black. This is very bad news for black. Yeah, this is game over. So you can't take the pawn. Can't take the pawn. So what does black? Black, I guess, has to play bishop c5.
Yeah, and now I was saying knight c3 or knight g3. Both look very good to me.
Okay, knight c3, let's say. So let's say black castles. How bad is this? What
Rook
do you do
81.
now?
I think it's pretty bad.
Oh, God, you're losing the d6 pawn. You could just end up being completely lost here in a couple
I
moves.
think so. I think so, right? Because e5 is so ugly. e5, bishop g5, right?
e5, bishop g5. You've got a pin. You've got
Or
the
you know
prospect
what?
of going f4.
Maybe you even take on c5 and bishop g5. Because you want to force black to recapture with the b pawn. e5, knight c5, force them to recapture with the b pawn.
But here,
bishop
maybe
g5.
I can take with the d pawn. Or you've got
Oh,
queen
I missed
somewhere.
that. Oh, I missed that too. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, here you can take this way with the idea of playing queen takes d3 and knight takes c4.
Mm-hmm.
But I suppose white can play bishop g5 straight away. And black is kind of collapsing everywhere on the king side in the center, on the d5 square. No, this is very unpleasant. This is very unpleasant.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Now that we're on this match, let's look around the other boards because we haven't checked it yet. Shall we go to the match between? Let's go to the match between Chesscom and Harshit Raja on board 4.
Okay, so we've got board 4 in the Mizzou UTDB match. Harshit Raja. Let me locate that game. All right, where is Harshit Raja hiding? There he is. A Najdorf. And at least optically, a pretty impressive looking position for Chesscom Rautela. But I guess, a perfunctory examination doesn't tell the whole story here because black's got a couple things going for him as well.
Oh, yeah. So knight takes c4. Okay, first of all, I should say this is a very sharp Najdorf. Knight takes c4 is the key move, but there would be some ideas of knight d4, and that knight could hop into c6, could hop into f5. It looks interesting. Let's look at knight takes c4, knight d4, knight d5, knight
Could
f5.
be a disaster waiting to happen. Let's pull up an analysis board. Yeah, this does get very exciting. So what we're asking here is what if black snags the pawn, and then white tries to get the knight to c6, and black trips him up with knight takes d5. But now the knight can... Ooh.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say knight f5.
Yeah, I was. And by the way, bishop f8, knight h6 drops the queen. So don't do that. There is bishop f6, but you were saying g6.
I thought, no, bishop f6, I think you go bishop d4 and knight h6, bishop d6, right?
No, this is over. Oh, that's a very instructive line. Rook c4 and bang. And then bang. And black collapses. Okay, doesn't work. So g6 might be forced here.
I think you have to go g6. And now this is where I'm thinking. Smells like something. This is your style of position. Can you help me out?
Let me think. Let me put on my Rebecca Harris hat here.
Thinking caps on.
Does white? Well, the first thing that came to my mind is knight h6, knight takes f7.
That's exactly what I'm calculating, but maybe king f7.
And then, oh my gosh, what an exciting position.
Do you have any good fossils? I don't see any good fossils.
Well, I was thinking of something. Yeah.
Do you know why it's called fossils?
No idea. And what, for context, you're talking Hikaru Nakamura, who says fossils. Yeah. Why does he say that?
XQC was the first. XQC is the 5-head.
Oh, it comes from XQC.
First of all, guys, XQC is very 5-head. He's much smarter than he seems. I'll put it like that. And the reason why it's called fossils. So when there's a discovered attack, it's a fossil because back in the day, people discovered fossils. You discovered fossils.
Oh,
now
wow.
You got
I
it,
actually
right?
never knew that. I mean, I've heard it so many times. I remembered it came from XQC, but I never knew the etymology.
Yeah, it's pretty clever, isn't it?
It is pretty clever. No, XQC has always struck me as pretty clever. Now, as you were talking, I did come up with one potential idea here. If we keep going with this position, because this is actually quite likely to occur. Knight h6, king g7, knight takes f7, king takes f7. And now I was thinking maybe like queen h3 with the idea of potential
Oh
shenanigans
my god, I
on
love
H7
this.
and
Queen
E6.
H3. Oh my god, speaking of Hikaru, this is a classic right triangle. Queen H3 to Queen
Yeah,
D7,
exactly.
H7 to H3. Classic right triangle.
More like an isosceles triangle.
No. Draw it on D7 so that's a right triangle. Queen H3
Oh,
to
you're
D7.
saying
Yes, that's a right triangle, right?
my
Like
math
I
teacher,
flunked
Mr. Newberger, would be proud of this.
I flunked geometry actually. I'm gonna expose myself. I actually flunked geometry, but I do know that is a right
Damn
triangle.
girl. No, you asked me how I did in geometry. So I will reveal that I'm terrible at any. I think it's called spatial relations. Anything having to do with orientation, directions, shapes. Visualizing space or like depth perception. Any of that is like I completely absent. So I was bad at any calculus related rotation of objects, any of that. But fortunately, none of that transfers over to the chessboard.
Yeah. Now let's try to figure out though. After Queen H3, King G7, I assume. King G7.
Now I play in Bishop H6. Where do you go?
King H8. King H8.
No, sorry. That's a mouse slip. By the way, King G8 walks into Queen E6 check, so
Right.
don't do
Wait,
that.
Rook F7? Hang on whoa, this is so juicy.
This is terrifying for black.
Like, okay, so I wanted to go 95, but I think I'm absolutely busted after Bishop G7, King G8, Bishop E5, King F7, and Queen H7, King E6, Bishop G4, mate.
Beautiful mate. Take. So now you're threatening checkmate on H7, check on H7, mate on G4. What a beautiful mate.
Love it.
No, these lines are incredible. I don't think black's taking on C4. Even having calculated a single one of these lines, I mean, this is terrifying.
Oh, in a practical game, you just get mated. So besides knight takes C4, what other moves come to mind?
Okay, we go back to the live board where Harshit Raja is deciding whether or not to grab this juicy morsel, but potentially poisoned morsel on C4. I suppose you could go for a tamer option, like knight back to G6, but then white gets knight C4, knight C6, and then white's got to be better there, no?
I totally agree with you. I mean, the moment the knight arrives there, it's like just a thorn, right? It's up your throat. So, I'm trying to think, like 94, and looks a bit flimsy. Oh, I got a move that I like. Knight FD7. This is a move that Anish Giri taught me. Shout out to Anish Giri. Knight FD7. The whole point.
I'll go
so the whole point is, you cover the knight on E5, and this is the exact thing that Anish displayed in his great win in the 2021 candidates, also known as the Covidates. The Covidates.
Covidates, yeah.
Yes, he beat Fabiano Caruana, basically ending his chances completely in that event. And the knights support each other, so that after bishop b5, knight e5, c6 is always controlled. And here you play the move bishop h4.
Oh, I remember the game. Bishop h4, bishop g5.
Yeah, you remember.
You're exactly.
Yeah,
great reference. I actually did a video on that game.
Nice.
After it was played. Now I remember. You force the queen away, and if you can trade the dark squared bishops, then black gets like the full dark square blockade.
Well,
actually, the rook is hanging on e1. I just realized that.
I think you should probably make like a move with the like rook d1. Make a move like rook
or
d1
rook c1.
Rook c1. Bishop h4, bishop g5. This is the idea.
And now the bishop cannot move because the rook hangs on c1. You have to trade bishops, and black gets this monster knight on e5 as a result. I love that move. I think knight fd7 is a high-class move.
Totally. And it's an instructive point in the Najdorf and also in chess that when your opponent has the bishop pair, you want to often trade off one of the bishops.
No, you're exactly right. Let's rewind all the way back to the live board after queen to g3. And Harshit Raja continues to ponder this critical position. This is going to be a very interesting game to monitor. Whatever black ends up playing, you know that this is going to be an exciting middle game. So, and a big game as well, with Mizzou really needing to win on the boards where they've got a big rating advantage. In the Oparin Brodsky game, you've got a very kind of complicated Catalan. I'm not really in the mood for a Catalan. I'm looking for something a little bit more exciting than that. We've got Escalante against Antipov. Shall we take a look at that one?
Yeah, let's see. I'm curious.
Because we haven't checked out Escalante's game. And Brian Escalante, originally from Peru, has a very enterprising opening repertoire with white. He is an e4 player, and he plays all sorts of interesting sidelines with the white pieces against e4, e5. And this game was no exception. He played this bishop e2 move, which is actually pretty fashionable these days, isn't it?
It is very fashionable. Yeah. So the first time I saw this move, I can't remember the game. Maybe you know it a little bit better. Why don't you educate our audience?
No, I don't know much about this move. I just know that Jabava has played it. You know, those KGE4 players have played it.
Wei Yi. Sorry, not Wei Yi. Wei Yi played this.
Wei Yi.
I don't know why I said Wei Yi. I'm sorry.
No way you got that wrong.
No, you know what No,
Thank you for making me look good. Yeah, what happened?
It's because no, I'm sure chat will appreciate that. It's because there was a German commentator, and in German the W is pronounced like V, like Volkswagen, or like Dirk Nowitzki, for instance. So
Right.
that's why they were pronouncing him like Vei.
Interesting. I thought you said they, like THEY, and I was like, okay.
No, VEI, Vei.
Vey. I gotcha. No Vey. Okay.
Yeah, to no avail.
To no avail. What's going on here? White has essentially established the pawn mass in the center, which doesn't look visually pleasing, but is actually incredibly rock solid. And White has the semi-open F file that he could try to operate on. White would kill to be able to put a knight on G5. In the absence of that idea, it does look like Antipov remains very, very solid for the time being.
Yeah, he does, but my spidey sense is starting to tingle. My spidey sense is
definitely
really starting to tingle.
What comes to mind here for White? Is it Queen E1 or?
I was thinking Queen E1. I was also thinking about C4 maybe.
Is there C4 knight takes
Oh
D4?
my God! There's a right
isn't.
triangle. Wait. There's a right triangle. Hold on. C4, knight takes D4, knight D4, bishop H2. Calculate this.
Let's show this on the analysis. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. Knight takes D4, knight takes D4. Now there is bishop C5, but you're saying even better is to play bishop takes H2.
I think you just go bishop C5. No, I forgot about bishop C5.
But I just want to show this to the chat because this is such an instructive idea. And you might say, well, what are we doing? Queen takes D4, loses the queen. But no, you give the check on H4 intermediate move, force the king back, and now another fork, and you take the rook on A1 with
Oh my God, that is such
idea.
Beautiful geometry. Can you draw the right triangle again for us? I just want to see it.
So there.
Wait, it's not. Is it a right triangle though? Maybe it's no, it's not. It's not a right. Oh wait, it is.
Depends on how you
my
draw
God.
it. It depends on how you draw it. This is a right triangle.
Guys, we have three different triangles here. Queen H4, D4, G1 is isosceles. H4, D4, A1 is scalene triangle.
H4, D4, D1 is the path that the queen actually takes from D8 to A1. But of course, you also have the simpler move, bishop C5, which is also quite good. So the upshot of this is that C4 is not possible. Escalante, taking our advice, Queen E1 on the board.
Yes, Queen E1 obviously is not going to blunder C4. And now, exactly as you're highlighting, Queen E4 is a huge threat. How do you think Black will deal with that?
How do I think Black will deal with that? Well, bishop D5 is an idea.
Mm-hmm. But then knight H4, knight F5, maybe.
Oh, and you mentioned your spidey sense. Once the knight lands on F5, anyone's spidey sense will be tingling.
I had a game recently in the Arena Kings against none other than Hikaru Hakamura. And I thought I was completely fine, but the moment he got his knife to F5, that was like a total dagger.
Yeah. No, this actually is potentially unpleasant. What does Black do? Do you see a move here? How do you stop Queen E4?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if not bishop D5, I'm trying to think.
So, what if you go rook E8, Queen E4, and then you go G6? Does White actually grab that pawn on H6? I don't really see why not. So let's make these, since we have the analysis board open. Here. Does Black have a fossil here?
Fossil, does he? I don't see any good.
Rotate the juicer, Katayag. Wait, what if you rotate the juicer to A2? Can I grab this guy?
Wait, when you say rotate the juicer, what does that even mean?
That's just like random Hikaru phrases. So it doesn't
I thought
mean
it's
anything.
wait. I thought it was rotate the knights, like you're maneuvering. The knights.
It is. It rotates Bash and Juicer. I just like on my stream. I just like saying random Hikaru phrases.
Bastion Juicer. I love that.
Now the queen
Okay,
doesn't have too many squares here.
Oh, you're saying queen g4, bishop b6.
Queen g4, bishop back. But then maybe white can drop the queen up to g5, and even in the end game, white gets a big initiative on the king side. So not particularly appetizing, I think, for Antipov. Wow. I got to say, Dallas is doing pretty well. I mean, we can say that Escalante is probably better. The only guy who's in big trouble is Aaron Grabinski. He needs to pull through.
Yeah, he is. He is indeed big trouble. Shall we check back in to see if they made a quick development?
Yeah, let's go back to the
on?
Grabinski game because this is a huge game.
Yeah, we saw he
dropped the bishop
really...
back to c5. This is the current position.
Right. So we were thinking knight c3 here. Yeah, it's just unpleasant.
Extremely. Plus 1.5. That does sound like a pretty accurate evaluation. Followed by rook d1. White's play is just so easy here. It's so obvious what you need to be attacking. Probably Repka deciding whether he wants to defend the pawn from g3 or c3. Both moves are possible, as you had pointed out earlier. Okay, and that is the Mizzou-Dallas match. All right, we will have a little sneak preview in a couple minutes. We'll have Lim Lei, very strong grandmaster, and of course the head coach of Webster, the tournament leader, on the call with us to share his thoughts on his incredibly impressive squad. But in the meantime, I think we've got time to look at one more match. What catches
I want to look at SLU. I think it's time we look at Alejandro's team, SLU.
Sure. Let's look at Alejandro Ramirez's team. And let's start with our top board. Nicholas Theodorou, who's got black, against Luka Budisavljevic. And what do we make of this? Mizzou B are their opponents today.
I do not like Nicholas's position here. We saw this. We saw a similar game yesterday where it was a Carlsbad, and this is actually even worse than that. Black really needs to start something on the king side, but there's literally nothing. And white already achieved the classic minority attack b5, b4, b5, bc6. So yeah, really disgusting position for Nico.
Disgusting is a good word to use, because normally what you want to have in such situations is counterplay on the king side. Here you've got nothing going on the other side of the board. White can put a knight on c5. White can play knight c3 to a4 to c5. Definitely Luka very much in the driver's seat. I was going to say Luka Doncic, but different Luka. Different Luka.
I'm sure he's a Doncic fan. I think that he's from Serbia, so not quite Slovenia, but very, very close.
Same region. I mean, if your name's Luka, you're already on the right track. Okay, Luka playing queen to a5, continuing to harassing Black's pieces on the queen side. Harassing and harassing.
I don't even know what I would do as Nico here. Like, there's just, what would you, like rook b8? No, rook b8 doesn't look right. Man, this is hard to play.
If you play knight e4, you will run into knight takes d5.
Oh yeah, oof.
And that's because the queen aims at the rook.
I think knight e5 is a threat. Maybe knight b5 might even be an idea. This is a really dangerous spot for Theodorou.
We're not just talking about like a positional advantage here. We're talking about a position that's actively collapsing for Black on the queen side. And Nico has played very fast. He's got an hour, 10 minutes, but it feels like he's a little bit tilted ever since he's on C Wang in this tournament.
Oh, yeah. I think this word, can you help me? I think his time advantage is going to dissipate. Is that a word?
Yeah, dissipate's a great word. Yeah, dissipate.
Wait, is that good? Okay. I really need
the perfect
approval.
Word. It's going to dissipate.
Like, my linguistics wasn't very good. I know you have one of the best vocabularies of anybody I know, so I just want your approval.
No, dissipate is the perfect word. It's also pretty meaningless to be up 20 minutes here. Luka's got all the time that he needs. And if he can win this game, a potentially huge result for Mizzou B, and everything's in the hands of their bottom boards. Let's drop us down. We've got a very interesting game between Robbie Kevlashvili and Begim Tahirjonova. Shall we take a look
yeah.
at that? That's board 3.
Wait, let's go. I want to go one by one if we can.
You want to go one by one? You want to go to Bach Stearman? Yeah.
I want to go
course.
to our good friend Benjamin Bach.
Absolutely. Bach has the white pieces trying to recover from a disappointing result yesterday against Simeon Khanyan. But you got to tip your hat to somebody like Khanyan, who just played a phenomenal game. I don't even think Benjamin needs to be that upset. He defended well, but
he did not play badly.
Avalanche. It was just an avalanche. Khanyan played like a super GM.
Oh, I would even go one further. I would say he played like the world champion in that game.
He did.
But what do you think about this? Benjamin playing Rook B1. This was, and I don't even know what opening this was. Was it like a English? But Black playing the move F5 is quite interesting.
I think Josiah didn't get the memo about the queens being off the board.
Yeah, not really. I mean, not great chances for mate without the queens. I think the move Rook B1, by the way, Benjamin is preparing to play Rook FC1 and then launch a queenside assault.
This is a horrendous position for Black. You really need the queens on the board. And if Josiah plays F4, which maybe he was putting all his eggs into the F4 basket, White just drops the bishop back to D2, and that actually helps White's cause because B4 becomes immediately possible then.
Exactly. And in the meantime, what can Black even do is the question.
0.6 is not an evaluation I agree with. I think this is worse than 0.6. Perhaps Black should drop the knight back to C7.
Rook FC1.
And then play something like bishop D7. Just try to get your pieces out.
B4, A4.
No, this is horrific.
I think it's like 1.1. Yeah, 1.1 is fair.
Absolutely horrific position. 13 moves in against Josiah Stearman.
Really quickly, let's jump over boards 3 and 4.
So we do have our guests ready in the studio. So just really quickly, we've got Begim against Robbie Kevlishvili, a double-edged Sicilian position. And then an advantage on board 4 by Akshat Chandra, who is outrating his opponent by about 400 points. So essentially a must-win for Slew on board 4. But we do have a very illustrious guest in the studio. So let's jump back into the Webster games. Grandmaster Lim Lei, the head coach of Webster, joins us in the studio to talk about his incredibly impressive team. Lim, welcome to the show.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for having me here.
Good morning. Well, first of all, a hearty congratulations on how Webster is doing thus far, a flawless 5 out of 5. Could you share your overall reflections on how your team has been playing and how happy you are to see this result?
Yes, so obviously I'm very happy with how they are doing now. Yesterday was a really close day with 2 matches against UTRGV-A and Mizzou-A, and we won by the smallest score possible, 2.5, 1.5. So 3 draws, and in the morning, I think John Burke won, and in the evening, it was Aram Hagobian won. So it was really a teamwork. Everyone tried their best for the team.
Yeah, very, very well done.
Today we are...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly jump in there and say my own congratulations on a great performance. First team to secure qualification to the Final Four. The job is done. I was wondering, did your team celebrate? Did your team celebrate last night?
No, I couldn't say the job is done. It is true that we qualified for the Final Four with 1 round to spare, but we are here to win the championship, so we still have to do a good job today. We have to win this match, or at least tie the match against UTRGVB. So we will celebrate when the job is fully done.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as this one famous player once said, job ain't finished. Job ain't finished.
Job ain't finished. No, it definitely is not. Lim, you went to Webster, at which point the coach was Susan Polgar and Paul Chawang. Now you are the head coach. What is it like to be a part of that journey, having gone to the same university that you are now coaching? What kind of lessons did you learn as a student that you are now applying as head coach? And what does your kind of coaching philosophy look like? What are you emphasizing to the team members?
Yeah, so it's great to have experiences both as a player and as a coach. And I know what the students really need, what they what will help them, and I'm trying to apply my experiences to help them. Basically, not only in chess, but I want them to be happy, to be successful in everything they choose to do in their life. So I'm not only supporting their chess, but also building the team spirit. Make sure that everyone can contribute to the team and everyone feel at home here.
Liam, you are doing such a wonderful job. We've actually known each other so many years. You're in fact one of the nicest people that I've ever met. So it's really
Thank
great
you.
to see you doing a phenomenal job taking
Yeah.
over the program after Susan.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, I know both of you guys for a long time too. We play so many Blitz games together, right? Online and in person, and great to see you guys here as well.
Lim, do you still play? I mean, I know you still play actively. Is it hard to balance a career as a player with your coaching responsibilities and everything else that you do?
Definitely. So last year I played a little bit during the summer and online in the Champions Chess Tour. But other than that, I didn't really have time to travel much, play too many tournaments. But I'm happy with the tournaments that I have played. I improved my rating a little bit from 2710 to 2728. So not a bad year for me. This year we have a lot more tournaments, the World Cup, the Grand Suites, and others. So I do expect to play a few more tournaments this year. It is hard to balance when you have a full-time job and trying to work on your chess as well. But I love what I'm doing, so that's my motivation.
That's great, and it's also a great segue to my next question. I've been asking this to everybody. Liam, your personal experience as a player playing in the PanAms in the Final Four. Talk a little bit about some of your favorite memories.
So I'm very proud of my record in PanAm and Final Four because every tournament I play with the Webster team, I won. So that's 4 consecutive
Wow,
PanAm
perfect.
championships
Are
and
you
4 consecutive Final Four championships too.
Wow, 4-0.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
my
that's
goodness.
I think only Ray got more titles than me because he stayed here 6 years instead of 4 years. But I have a perfect track record.
Wow.
So definitely very happy with that and hoping to repeat that again as a coach.
Wow. That's an incredibly impressive record. And well, your team is on the right track. Before we let you go, maybe we can take a quick look at the current positions in some of the top games. I've pulled up Aram Hakobian's game against Jakob Fuss. It was an interesting choice of opening by Aram, early A3 in the Nimzo. What do you make of this position, Lim? Do you think this fits Aram's style to have a position like this?
Yeah, I was more happy with this position a few moves ago. Right now, I think the position is kind of close and it's harder to create something. I was wondering if there was a way to open up the position quickly a few moves ago, but seems like Black did a pretty good job here. So yeah, right now you have to be patient, maybe G3, H1, but Black also has ideas like F5. So I'm not sure who is better here actually. My guess is that this probably fits Aram's style, but it still can go either way.
Yeah, G3 does look very straightforwardly natural.
Yeah, but after
like
F5, what do you do after that?
G3, F5.
So you have to take, right? EF?
Oh, wait, I was
EF?
thinking hang on a second, guys.
But then E4. Then E4.
E4.
Wait a second. Oh no, that's total rubbish. Sorry, excuse me. Keep going.
Yeah, no, this looks a little bit
Yeah,
unpleasant.
so
if you
here
have to go
Bishop
B1,
E1,
F5
GF,
is very strong,
F4.
Liam. F5 is very, very strong.
Yeah, I think Black has to play F5, yeah. So here the position, I guess Black has to move
Wait a
the queen back.
minute.
So
I don't like this at all for white.
oh, you have EF?
Oh, EF on passant.
I mean, it doesn't look good. The
Rook
E file, there's going to be pressure on the E file, pressure on C4. Liam, if you were to back up a few moves, I cheated a bit. I'm sorry to say that I cheated, but I just wanted to see what went wrong. If you go back to the moment G6, Aram had an amazing idea here to play f4.
Oh,
The whole
f4 and
point here
h4, right?
after, yeah, ef4, h4, the queen moves, and then you go
Yeah.
queen g4. It's a very deep
Oh,
concept,
wow.
easy to miss, but it actually it gives White a huge initiative here.
Yeah. Exactly. So I had the same feeling that White had something earlier, but in the game after
And
93, 96, I think Black is fine.
I'll tell you why. This is getting deep, but because we have 2700s in the house, I'll tell you why you play f4 before h4. Ready? This is deep stuff. You guys ready for this?
Go ahead.
Liam, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so the point is queen f6, queen g4, knight d6. So you want to have the option of queen takes f4 in this position.
E5.
Imagine f4, ef4 is in this position,
Oh.
then you have queen f4, gf5, e5. That's the whole point.
Uh-huh. I see.
This is 2900 level
Nice.
stuff.
Yeah, this is above my
Wow.
pay grade.
Very nice
So
idea.
a very, very complex position. We'll keep an eye on this game. Let's have your thoughts, Lim, on one more game, and then we'll let you go and enjoy your team's final round.
Oh, I would love to watch on the 4 games.
Yeah, I want to watch the 4 games too. Why are we so in a rush?
No, we're not at all. I just want to. So let's pull up this one.
This position is around equal,
Bozner
but
against
I
Quezada.
would take Black probably.
Okay.
Do you like Black here,
Rook
Jeffrey?
b6.
I definitely like Black. Yeah, like the knight on f3 is a pretty trashy piece, and I think, the pawn structure looked good. You're gonna be able to pressure on b2. You're gonna be able to pressure on d4. Bishop on b4, pawn on a5. Great configuration. Queen e8 I like too. Like in the end game, you're just playing for 2 results. So safe plus solid by Mr. Quesada Unieski.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like a risk-free position for Black here.
So let's say White trades and then goes, let's say 91. How is Black going to conduct the initiative here? Looks like the evil
You have to take the knight.
Take the knight.
Oh, you have to take the knight and rook b8, rook b4.
Yeah, nasty position here for White.
Can
maybe
we look at?
White shouldn't go knight e1.
Yeah, but if
Why
you
should
don't
play
go knight
something like
e1,
f1, king e2?
You just stay solid. And if I double on the b file, you just stay solid. Yeah, just put your rooks on c2 and a2.
Yeah.
Rook c2, rook
When you
a2.
move
I
the
see.
bishop back, I always have knight d2, so that's fine.
Yeah, knight
Probably
d2 or
equal
knight e1,
anyway.
knight d3. Yeah.
Right.
I think it is equal then. It's probably just a draw.
But
yeah,
looks like Black holds all of the cards, and it's never easy for, especially players under GM level, to kind of sit around like this and be passive. So looks like Quesada has.
Yeah, Black can try to play a little bit on the king side, right? Like f6, king h7, king g6, making some move there.
For sure, opening up a second front. Good stuff here for Quesada, and on the top board, we have Benjamin Gladura against Tianchi Wang in that Alpine Sicilian, which also looks pretty solid for Black here, I think, at this point. What are your thoughts here, Lim?
Yeah, Daniel, I know this is your favorite opening. I watched your stream earlier, so I know this is something you've played for a long time.
Guys, take a shot. Take a shot.
Yeah. No, I like these open positions.
Yeah, but I think Gladura got the position he wanted, because let's say if he moved earlier, if White took on d5 and forced Black to take with the e-pawn, then that position would have been very dry. Like this one, yeah. Would be probably just draw. But now it's an isolated pawn structure, and Black has some chances to get the advantage in the long run. So White is trying rook d3, but it's not so easy yet. So maybe queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4. Looks
King
very
h8.
interesting. And if you try rook d3, there might be f5.
Rook d3 might be f5 or f6. Why the engine hates this move?
Because I suggested it. Maybe it's because of... No, it's not because of f6.
Oh, f6 is a move, right? Queen e6, you have knight c7.
Oh. Wait, and then queen...
Wait, this is
tactics
insane.
there?
Oh my god, does that
Queen
work?
e8 almost worked. No, queen e8, queen e8.
I think we were.
Queen
Oh,
g8,
better
yeah,
here,
also
let's-
doesn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah. I know.
But why is white better here? I'm
Probably just
curious
queen
if
back.
we can
What?
figure
Queen
out.
back, I guess.
Oh, you can't take d5. You open
Oh,
up the
man.
fossil. You
Yeah,
open up
yeah.
the fossil.
No, but not there because bishop e5.
What? What do you
Bishop
mean?
Maybe you
e5
have-
where?
Oh. No, I mean instead
Bishop
of
e5 here.
Can I take?
But I can take?
Oh, I made a mistake.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Wait, no.
Okay.
Bishop b5. Oh no, the rook is hanging. I thought bishop
Rook
b5, but the
hangs.
rook is hanging on f8.
Insane. All of black's pieces are hanging at various points here.
That's
So
funny.
if not this,
Yeah.
then what is the move here? Of course I can cheat, but that wouldn't be fun.
No, let's not cheat.
Maybe f5.
There is...
No, but f5 is weakening, right? Isn't there like just like queen e2? Just go
Yeah,
back?
queen h3, queen e2.
No, but
queen
now
e2,
bishop
queen e2,
e5.
rook-
e5.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, blundered that one. Queen d1 maybe?
Well, you have knight g6, but still.
Yeah,
Oh,
knight g6, hg,
wait, where?
and then
Sorry.
what? Oh wait. Are we?
No, I
we're
mean
talking
queen
about,
e2,
like, two
bishop
different
b5,
lines
knight
now.
g6.
Oh,
Okay.
queen e2, bishop b5, knight g6. Yeah.
hg, rook h3, queen b5.
And white wins.
Oh, so
No,
this
no,
is why you
queen
go
e6.
rook
White
c1.
wins,
No. Rook c1 and knight f4, Danya. Rook c1 and knight f4, and then bishop b5.
Oh, yeah.
Rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
How about that? Danya?
Nice,
I'm
nice.
impressed. Queen e3, bishop e5. And white is busto. Whichever way you take, you drop the rook on d3. Okay, so
Liam.
move has been... Mhm.
So Liam, the reason why I always seek approval from Danya's like my big brother. I'm like the little brother, and I'm always seeking the older brother's approval.
The ratings speak otherwise. Speak a different story, though. So I appreciate it, but I think the reality is a little bit different. Yeah,
So,
very
shall we
interesting
look-
position.
Shall we just take one quick glance at board 4 as well? John Burke.
Sure.
Let's look at board 4. John Michael Burke, who's been solid as a rock. All right, I'm looking for his game. He's hiding somewhere. Where is John Michael Burke hiding? There he is. No. Where is he? I see the game list. I don't see where he is. Just a moment. I think his game might have been... There he is. He's all the way at the bottom. Why did they put John Michael Burke so low? They put him below the under 1800 section.
Oh, wow.
Okay. There he is.
G5.
Wow. Thomas Peteny
Wait a
going for the
minute.
throat here.
Wow, I like this approach by Peteny. So Liam, how would you
Yeah.
respond to this?
Yeah, to be honest, I think black position is absolutely fine.
Mhm.
So I would go either knight 3 h2 or knight e3 here.
Yeah, because I think black just wants to play
But-
maybe queen g6, maybe knight f4. Looks kind of fun.
Yeah,
I like this for
definitely.
black.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Knight e3, knight f4. Yeah. I don't know why the engine seems to give an edge for white here. Maybe because of the pawn structure. But
So what if I
Looks
take
like a lot of
DE
fun.
here? Do you take with the f pawn?
well, if you're asking me, I'm very tempted by FE.
So bishop g5, queen g6,
Maybe knight f. Yep.
bishop e3.
Knight f.
How bad
Oh,
is it
bishop
for
bishop
white?
h3,
Oh,
knight
sorry.
h4.
But knight h4.
But knight h4
yeah,
actually.
right.
So let me play knight f4.
But you have knight g3. But yeah, it looks dangerous here. Maybe h5.
h5, yeah, totally, Liam. Totally.
Ooh. Or you could, well, taking on e3 is probably counterproductive.
I
allowing
don't
the
think
rook
that
to get
helps.
involved.
Yeah, I actually like h5 here. Oh, the computer doesn't for some reason.
Wait, it smells. I feel like there must
Wait,
be.
I'm looking at bishop takes h3, by the way. Hang on.
I'm looking at it too. Yeah, bishop takes h3.
Gh, knight h3, king g2. I don't see
Back
anything
to-
there. Oh, back to f4. You can go back to f4. All right, put it on the board. Put it on the board. This is starting to get spicy now.
No, but I think just king f1.
No, but king f1, I thought we could. Oh no. What am I?
Rook f3, rook f8. No.
Yeah, I thought rook 3, rook f8, but no, it's a knight f5. Yeah, no.
Oh, black has compensation for sure with h5.
h5 here, multiple options. Even just a developing move is probably possible. So
yeah,
this could be a little bit dangerous for JMB, but Lim, you probably know this as well as anyone. I've always been impressed with John Michael's just ability in general. Super solid player, really good calculator. I think he's like 2,600 plus material.
Yeah, he's getting there, I think.
Liam, thank you so much for joining us. One more question though from our end. What would it mean to you? We know that you said you won 4 in a row, but what would it mean to you to win a Final Four championship as a coach?
It could mean a lot to me. It could be my first PanAm or Final Four championship as a coach. So always a pleasure to have a title like that. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. Lim, your team is doing great. We will keep a close eye as Webster tries to finish in style. Congrats on making it to the Final Four this time as a coach. And thank you for joining us. We'll let you go enjoy the games.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Lim. Okay. So that was Grandmaster Lim Lei, a very illustrious player in his own right, over 2,700. Definitely the strongest coach that we have here in college chess today. And it's such a luxury, JX, for the players to have a coach like this who has this wealth of experience and this playing strength.
Yeah, I mean, not often you see 2,700s coaching. I myself coach, you coach. Oh, wait, sorry. Why did I think you're 2,700? I'm sorry.
But, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And Lam, not only does he play chess well, he understands it well. He knows how to explain things. He knows stuff about psychology. So just all the years of experience make him such a great coach, such a great fit for the Webster team.
Oh, without question. So Webster looking pretty good in this final match. We could, before we go on a little break, go back to a couple of the interesting games that we have today. It's almost less about the matches today and more about individually interesting positions. I want to check out the Antipov game against Brian Escalante, which was really, really heating up, if that's okay with you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So let's track that game down. And Brian Escalante building up a pretty impressive looking position on the king side. I still kind of like his position.
Yeah. So we saw Queen E1, and we were thinking it's not easy to stop Queen E4. Obviously, Bishop D5, Knight H4. So Queen F2. I guess he's preparing Knight H4 now. I think Knight H4 is his next move.
And very important detail, if Black tries Bishop F5 to root out White's main attacker, there's Knight F3 to E5. Fossil against the Bishop, and White wins a piece.
Oh, yes. Great spot.
Fossilize the juicer, and this looks very unpleasant for Black. I know it's just 0.1 according to the eval bar, but Escalante loves these types of attacking positions.
He does. I've trained with him myself. I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler alert, but we're going to find out exactly how good Escalante is in these attacking positions in a bit. But first, I think it is time for us to take a breather. We'll let the players take their time, and I think we'll see you after the break.
All right. You're watching the 2023 Pan-American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. This is the final round to determine which 4 teams make it into the Final Four. We will have more Pan-American action for you on the other side of this short break. See you soon.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Team Chess Championship. We have another special guest in the studio. Florian Helf is the COO of the Corporate Esports Association and the chief organizer of these PanAms, joining us in the studio. Florian, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So this event, as we've already established, has seen a massive increase in participation. This really is the golden age of college sports. Could you tell us a little bit about how that feels from the organizer's perspective and sort of what went into organizing an event of this size that is run as smoothly as this one is?
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, congratulations go to all the staff as well who are doing an amazing job. How it came to it, like I was a PanAm participant myself, 2016. Back in New Orleans, like we drove 14 hours from Oklahoma with a car, like had two teams basically stacked in the car and like driving all there. So yeah, I'm really excited to get this down to my hometown now, to Seattle. Participation is amazing. Like we have 84 teams, like 48 unique universities. Like it's really amazing how much the collegiate scene has grown over the last couple of years. So yeah. Thanks to all the universities who are supporting their teams to get them out here.
Florian, very cool stuff. And I would like to ask, how has the city of Seattle been as a host? Talk a little about the venue.
Yeah, I mean, in true Seattle style, it's raining right now. Looking out the window. Yeah, otherwise, like, it has been the West Coast now for the second time in recent history. Like, it was 2 years ago, it was San Francisco. PanAm previously has been historically more of an East Coast kind of thing. So really glad to get it out here. We have a lot of local teams, a lot of teams from California. It's a little bit easier for them to reach Seattle than it might have been like Charlotte or Washington, D.C., where it was most recently. So yeah, I mean, besides the rain, I think the first 2 days were actually pretty nice. So
well, fantastic. And Florian, before we let you go, we wanted to give you a chance to talk about I think a new venture that you're working on right now, and anything else that you wanted to tell us about the PanAms and about your organizer's perspective.
Yeah, so one big thing as well, we're 1 block away from the Amazon headquarters. We have a lot of ties in with the corporate scene. We had a resume workshop on site. We had a networking mixer yesterday evening where collegiate students could network with corporate players, talking potentially about how to land my next internship or how to prepare for an interview. We have a mentorship model that we established as well between collegiate and corporate players. So in that same vein, I am the organizer for the Corporate Charity Chess Championship. The CA is running that twice a year for corporate teams. 100% of the entry fees go into the donation pool. The winning teams can decide where the money goes to. CA is not only doing chess. Like I think we have like 9 different titles, donating over $100,000 each year to charities. So if you graduated from the collegiate scene, if you outgrew the collegiate scene a little bit ago, the Corporate Charity Championship might be something for you. So it's all corporate teams, players of 4. And the next season is right around the corner. So we're starting next season early February. And you can find more information at the link on screen on ca.gg/chess.
That is awesome, Florian. All the best with everything. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right. Florian Helf, the chief organizer of the PanAms, joining us there to talk about his experience. Honestly, this tournament has been run exceptionally. The rounds start exactly on time, like on the dot. And by all accounts of the players, their experience has been nothing short of exceptional. And good organization, JX, it really makes such a difference in the tournament experience.
Oh, totally. I recall some of my favorite events featured excellent organizers. I think Gibraltar, they're running a very smooth ship over there. Lots of players like playing in Gibraltar. I remember the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man used to host some tournaments. His name was Alan, a really great guy and organizer. So the organization really makes a tournament feel more special.
It does, and you want the rounds to start on time. You want, we always talk about how to make chess more of a mainstream sport, and the best way to not do that is to have the standard be, lax organization and rounds starting late and stuff. So great to see Florian doing such a good job helping to organize this tournament. Okay, time for us to get back into the games here at the final round. We've had the top board in the Webster UT-RGV game open, but since we looked at this pretty carefully together with Lim, I think we should jump around at some of the other matches. JX, if that's good with you.
Sounds great.
Okay, so
let's look around.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I wanted to suggest something, but it's not. It's one of those games where, let's go back to Slew if that's okay. Slew, would you like to check on Slew?
I was thinking that as well. Let's look at the Slew Slew Mizzou B match where we have Nico Theodorou on the top board.
I was gonna say, whoa, Nico's gonna start a big attack with G5, G4, but I really don't know what he's starting over there.
He's got a pawn on G4, and as we've already established, Black is in a fair bit of trouble here with a very, very weak queen side. And Luca has established a knight on A6, which I think he can ultimately try to bring back to C5, maybe after knight A4. But knight A4 often runs into knight E4, so you got to be careful about not prematurely yielding a parking spot in the center.
Right, you do. Knight A4 is very attractive after knight E4. I'm trying to evaluate if the knights all get swapped off, like knight C5, knight C5, knight C5, knight C5, rook C5. Obviously, white is better, but I actually really like the knight on A6. The knight on A6 is serving quite a purpose, guarding the B8 square. Also, I mean, have you ever seen a white knight on A6? This is not a traditional square for the knight.
No, it's not. And one that's actually as good as it is. Knights on the rim are not always dim, and it's totally unassailable. You actually cannot attack it with any of your pieces. We shouldn't forget, though, that A3 actually is hanging. So whatever white does, you have to address that either directly or indirectly with tactics. And it's not an easy position for white to navigate. Luca has 33 minutes. I think Nico is probably anxiously looking at his clock, watching it tick down. That might be his best chance here. Try to get white into some severe time pressure.
Yeah, I'm looking at queen takes A3, knight B8. Let's check this line out. This is interesting. Queen takes A3, knight B8, rook D D8. But so there's no follow up.
But it's white. Shall we make a random move for white?
Yeah, I was thinking. No, I guess no. Let's not. I think you just protect the pawn here. You just protect the pawn.
So but you don't want to go A4 because you want that square for your knight.
That's a good point. And if rook B3, there might be C5. Rook B3, C5 could be a slight problem.
Yeah, then the rook on C1 is going to get loose at the end of the line. So that's not so easy for white to figure out the best way to protect this pawn. I really like that move by Nico. Queen E8 to F8, asking white some rather impolite questions and forcing him to think.
Right. Very clever move by Nico. So, what other moves are there? Knight A4 might, but knight A4, like you said, and then knight C5, maybe go for that one.
So you're saying sack the pawn with knight A4?
Yeah, I don't believe you can take it.
No, I agree. If you take it, the knight seals off the queen's escape path. And even if the queen doesn't get trapped, it looks very, very nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah, but time for Luka to make a decision. He's down to 30 minutes.
What would Luka Doncic do here? By the way, shout out to Luka Doncic. He also plays chess.
He does?
He does, yeah.
That I did not know.
I'm actually trying to, I don't know if I should do the self-plug, but I'm trying to get both Luka Doncic and Dirk Nowitzki on my stream. We might do it.
That would be ridiculously, that would be super cool.
Yeah, I'm of course a diehard Mavericks fan. Homer, so it would. I mean, they're like my two most favorite athletes.
They're a very fun team to watch this year, I have to say. Even though obviously Luka doesn't have the best supporting cast, they shoot so many threes and they're so dynamic that I I watch like a lot of the Mavericks games just because they're so fun to watch. And Luka's all-time generational talent, so it's a great time to be a basketball fan. And it's a great time to be a chess fan.
Oh, indeed it is. Indeed it is. I think a while ago we surpassed 10,000 viewers on chess.com Twitch. Shout out to our chat, very lively today. I'm trying to talk as much in there as well. Shout out to the mods running the show. Shout out to our production team doing flawlessly. So it's been amazing. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the action so far.
For sure. Lots of games to choose from and a lot on the line as the top 4 teams after this round will make it to the Final Four, also known as the President's Cup. If we skip back down to board 4 in the Mizubi Slew match, Akshat Chandra, Grandmaster for Slew, has a very good position, I think, against Nadezhda Salah. This should be a win for Akshat, I think, and this will be a point for Slew.
I mean, I think the game is still going. Like, I see that Black can jump in with the knights. Knight e4, knight c4. But I understand what you're saying. Like, that pawn on c6 is pretty advanced. So, yeah, I guess, what would you do? Like, let's say go knight e4.
Knight e4. Okay, let's bring up an analysis board.
So
D2.
I was thinking knight d2. I was going to take a knight c4.
Take. Here, I'll go queen b4.
And then I'll go g. Oh, sorry, you're threatening my d6 pawn. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, that's a key detail.
Yeah, and that queen on b4 is super safe here. You can't go rook b8. Your entire queen side is essentially evaporated, and you've got no attack on the king side. So perhaps, yeah.
Oh, by the way, after rook d8, I think you should go rook c1 and just sack. You should just go rook c1 and sack.
Oh, that's a very instructive idea. Get rid of the knight, and then just go bishop takes d6 with overwhelming initiative. Also, c7, of course, is a huge threat.
c7, and not only that, but you would open up your g2 bishop as you're illustrating.
Yeah. No, this is out of the question. So maybe Black should start with knight to c4, but you get the exact same thing here. Knight f3 can come back to d2. And if you take on e2, the queen gets knocked off with rook f to e1 and white wins.
What about e2? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about bishop a6, but it doesn't work. Bishop a6, let's try. Knight c4, bishop c4, bishop d6, rook f c8, c7.
So here.
Oh, c7, knight e8. Hang on, this is a
take,
good try. This is a very good try.
Now, Black's going after the pawn here. You push the pawn forward, trying to cling to it, but knight back to e8 with a little Forkovich. And there's no question that white is positionally better, even if you just give up the pawn and go like queen d2 or something. But for the time being, Black is holding on.
Yeah, if she fought, still a lot of work for Akshat.
And Akshat struggled yesterday. I mean, it was a very close game against TTU's bottom board, who got into severe time pressure. So Akshat not having an easy go of it, and he basically has the responsibility to win, where other players, can afford a draw here and there. Akshat cannot afford a draw. He has to win a game where he outrates his opponent by 500 points. So back we go to the live position. I still think that unless Nadezhda defends this almost perfectly, the position is very likely to collapse within the next couple of moves.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good word for Akshat. I'm gonna say Akshat is like the hitman, because yesterday we saw he was like the designated scorer, right? The designated scorer yesterday.
I like designated scorer.
He's like the designated scorer again here today for Coach Hondro. So yeah, pretty good stuff from Akshat. Shall we move back? Where shall we head to next?
Where shall we head to next? That is a great question. There's a really interesting position in the game between Texas Tech University's Alexei Sorokin and Razvan Priotu of, I think that's UTDA. Team.
A bit further down. Yes, let's look at it.
We have a crazy unbalanced position with Sorokin having the white pieces. And Sorokin's a very positional player. He doesn't usually get positions like this.
No, he does not. We know that he's a solid player, and the fact that his king is on g1, not the most typical. Can we back up? Because the opening that they played is very interesting, very entertaining.
Yeah, let's back all the way up to the start of the game. They played a very well-known line, which almost looks like a weird kind of reverse Sveshnikov. Black gives this check on d3, forcing White's king out. And obviously the downside of this system for Black is that you're really, really behind in development, which White tries to exploit by opening up the center, using some tactics to win back the pawn, but giving up the bishop pair, which could potentially be big.
Yeah, and if you could go back, I just want to highlight that this is actually called the accelerated bond cloud, or no, I'm not sure if accelerated bond cloud is the right word, but it's like a positive word and then bond cloud. So just back up after knight d3 check, king e2.
Yep.
Knight d3 check, king e2. Let's back up. This is a very interesting line. It's all theory, of course. I think Anish was the one pioneered this. There are some good games for Black, MVL, and Svidler played. But put your I want to request to all 10,000 people in chat, put your bond cloud emotes here. Not often you see king e2 be a good move.
I didn't know there was one, so I'm learning stuff every day. Yeah, no, it's a very, very double-edged position. Let's go fast forward back to the live position after bishop g5. The main thing that's going here in White's favor is, of course, the d5 square, the idea of going knight to d5. But it's not as scary as it looks. If Black plays f6, for example, after knight d5, there's even the possibility of castling queenside because Black has not moved his king. And this actually is very bad for White already because the bishop is sliding up to e6 and the knight on e5 can lose its support.
That's a great point. Long castles could actually come as a big surprise. So, yeah, you got to be careful as Alexi here. Okay, so let's play through some lines. Let's say I go bishop e3.
So you want to let me castle, go bishop e3, I'll go bishop e6.
I'll go rook c1.
Bring the rook into the game.
King b8.
I don't know about taking this pawn. Yeah, king b8 is the responsible move.
And I think I need to get my pieces in the game. So probably I'll go king h2 at some point. I don't know if now is the right time. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's as good of a move as any. Just coordinate the rooks.
But I was worried that you would go pawn grubbing, either with queen a2 or bishop d5 or knight b4. Yeah.
Knight b4 might fail to knight c7.
Oh, show that. Oh my goodness, what a fossil.
And this is why it's so important to coordinate your rooks, because you're always going to be paying the price for at least one of your rooks being undefended. Knight c7 and White takes on a6 with check and recaptures the rook on d1 with an extra exchange. So that's out of the question. I was thinking about a move like f5, but that looks a little bit slow. I don't know. This is actually more double-edged than I realized initially. I thought Black was just better, but it's not so easy to find a satisfactory move.
It's not. It really isn't. How about... Okay, what if I take first? Let's take first and go knight b4.
Take knight b4.
Yes,
okay.
I think this is correct.
And you're losing the pawn on d5 is what you're saying, and all you have for it is the c-file. Maybe
but you know what I thought you would do? Oh, okay, that wasn't the move, but okay. Bishop c5?
What did you think was the move?
I was thinking queen g4, knight d5, rook hd1. Check this out.
And you're going for piece play here. No, this I agree. I'm not gonna play knight takes d5.
Oh, here. Okay. You're not gonna cooperate.
I might even but then there's like rook a1. Ugh.
Oh, wait. Go through that. Go through this. Oh, this is so beautiful. Look at this.
Rook a1 the
king
game.
b3, bishop a7, king c7. How do you mate me?
Rook c1.
Okay. King d6.
Queen e6.
Is this king of... Oh, God.
Yeah. This is, in fact, checkmate.
What about... Oh, knight c2, you can just pick up the knight. No, that's over. That's game over.
Wait, how? Oh, you're just go queen e4.
I mean, just queen somewhere, yeah.
Queen somewhere when the knight, the king is wide open and getting checkmated. No, these are really, really cool lines, and it really shows the promise in White's position. Even though you're losing your d5 pawn, Black cannot fall asleep on this. So obviously Razvan has not lost on time. I think that's a transmission error. Let's go back to the live board. Bishop g5, the last move played, and the knight coming into d5 on the next move, very, very likely. Okay, so that's that game. Another crazy position in the board 2 game between Greenberg and Simon Kanin, if we could go to that one. And Simon Kanen is... What's happening here?
Yeah, that my thoughts exactly. So
Like,
there's
what on earth?
pieces hanging. There are pieces hanging in this position. E4, C3, D1, D7 are all loose.
Yep. So there's going to be some more trades.
I'm looking at like bishop C6. My first instinct is bishop C6.
Bishop C6.
Right? Just to get rid of that bishop there on A8.
Yeah, and this actually looks a little bit unpleasant for black because let's say black plays knight C3, bishop C3. And if you just blindly take, you're going to get under very significant pressure in the endgame with very nicely placed minor pieces. Okay, maybe rook E8. And I think black is probably doing all right here.
No, but like after rook B1, and as you said, that knight is a bastion. The knight is a bastion on C6.
And white has the obvious idea of infiltrating the 7th rank after F3, creating the pawn chain, and then unless black can get D5 in, things become very hairy here. Very dicey.
Okay, I was gonna say something, but I probably Yeah, yeah, it's nice. It's nice for white.
It is. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the live board after knight takes D1. What Grinberg does not want to do is take back on D1. He goes knight to D5. What a move.
Wow. That is not what I expected. So the idea is that now the knight on D1 is hanging. Of course, the knight on E7 is hanging. If you take the bishop, white would take on E7, check, and pick up the knight.
And win a piece.
So that means that black, what does black do? Bishop D5 looks horrible. Knight D5, bishop F6? Knight D5 and bishop F6, or?
Knight D5, ED, bishop F6. That might be virtually forced. And then I go knight
No.
B5 and win the C7
knight
pawn.
B5. Yeah, I just dropped C7.
Or even knight E6 there is interesting.
Oh, another knight. Show that point. I like that. Show that point.
Takes, bishop F6. And now knight to E6. With the idea FE, bishop E6 check, and rook takes D1.
Love it. Beautiful idea, Danya.
Well, thank you. And white is up a pawn. Very unpleasant position for Hanan, who won a brilliant game yesterday and was definitely hoping for something more than a worse position with black out of the opening, essentially.
All right. And what's going on board 3 between Matt Vishin and Rahul Srivatsa?
Okay. You have a queen's gambit declined, which looks like a very balanced type of position.
Well, I think the position hinges on whether black achieves C5, right?
Yeah.
So if black achieves C5, he's 100% fine, but it's not that easy. For example, if you go H6, I think bishop B4 is the idea. If you go knight F6, then maybe rook C1, and it's harder to achieve C5. So I'm not sure what I would do here for Rahul. Oh, how about queen H5?
Queen H5, I like a lot because you're not only preparing C5, you're intensifying the pressure on the knight.
Oh, yeah.
And you're defending H7.
And bishop B4, there's knight F6. Very important that we can even leave the pawn on pre because we have the C file pin.
Yep. Bishop takes C6. There's going to be rook A to C8.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just dead equal. In fact, Visha needs to be a little bit careful here. Maybe bishop E2 is the most prudent option. And can you play C5 anyway?
Yeah. Do you have good fossil fuels here?
I don't think so. All white has is knight E5, but then the queen just goes to
G5. I mean, you're just helping me pile up pressure on the G2 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So C5, white should probably just castle.
Rook C8.
And I guess 95 again, queen G5.
Right. I think it's not much to write home about here.
No, just DC, and you're starting to liquidate into a draw here.
Yeah, queen C5. Yeah.
Queen A4. I mean, white could pretend,
queen A4.
White could pretend that he's pushing, but I really don't buy it.
Yeah, I think if Rahul is precise here, he should be completely fine.
He most certainly should. Although in this specific position, there is a double attack, and I don't know why the engine.
Oh, are you drawing the right triangle, or
maybe queen C7?
I thought you were drawing the right triangle: A4, D7, A7, A4. But yeah, queen C7 is very pleasant. After queen A7, rook A8 traps the queen.
Yeah, that would be quite pleasant indeed. You could very well get a rather insipid draw if Rahul can carry out c5 under the right circumstances, which it very well seems like he will. Okay, so that's board 3. And finally, in the Texas Tech UTD match, we have board 4. And board 4 is, let me find board 4. It's McAvey against Masaiti Bessa, who has had a rough go of it. I mean, she's had her hands tied with the strongest possible opponents, and unfortunately, it looks like she's going to lose this game as well.
Ooh, yeah. She's had to play rook f6. If you go back one move, why did she have to give up the exchange just to show? If you played rook f7, another bishop was going to join the fray. Bishop d3.
And queen h7,
Oof.
queen h8. Oh, no, sorry. What am I saying?
Queen h7 and bishop g6, yeah.
Bishop
but
g6,
the main
yeah.
problem for black is not only are you down a pawn in this position, but your pieces can't help defend. Like the queen can't get any closer, the bishop can't get any closer, rook on a8 is far away on another island. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, you can't move. You can't move, and you're getting mated 7 ways to Sunday. So Bessa decides to essentially force the queen trade, but it comes at way too steep of a price. It comes at the price of a full exchange. White is, I wouldn't necessarily say completely winning in that endgame. There's still some chess left to be played. Black has maybe some counterplay on the queen side, but it's really not much, and McAvey should be able to convert this.
Agreed. So what would that mean? Is there one more game here? The Shaksim or sorry, Sakshim game.
No, I think we looked at all of them. We looked at Sorokin Prioto. We looked at Masaiti McAvey. These are all the games from the UTD match. And
I got confused. There's 2 UTD teams. I got confused.
You were talking about UTDB, and
yes,
we will have the coach of the UTD teams, Grandmaster Julio Sidora, in the studio.
Oh my goodness!
Very
Remember
shortly.
I told you how he bamboozled me yesterday? Wow.
I do, with the when he was your coach.
Yes. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
For sure. It sounds like there's some revenge to be had at some point. But in the meantime,
remembers that game.
In the meantime, as we get Julio set up and as he comes over to the studio, maybe we can take another quick look at our top match to see how Webster is doing. Let's look at the Steve Wang game because it continues to heat up, and it doesn't seem to be heating up in Black's direction. I think Steve is better here. He's up a pawn. He could win another one. What do you make of this position?
Yeah, we analyzed this with Liam. It's not the variation that we anticipated.
Nope.
But Steve has won a pawn. Benjamin's trying to say that he hasn't developed the bishop yet. But my question is, what if I do just that? What about bishop d2 here?
Bishop d2 here. You're just saying I want to put the bishop on c3 and secure my extra pawn. No, Gladura is in trouble here. Just bishop d2. I love that move. That knight on e5 is very dominant, and if you take it, white takes back with a pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And there's minimal compensation. I understand it's opposite bishops, but that is not what you want as Gladura. Right now, I'm trying to make a move like f3 work, but I don't think so. You know what I'm trying to do?
Actually, f3 is very interesting. Knight f3, you want bishop c6.
Oh my god, there's a fossil! There might be a fossil. Wait. Hold on. No, maybe bishop g5, queen f5, g4. You see the line or no?
You want to go bishop g5 here?
Yeah, queen f5,
oh,
g4.
Queen f5, g4. You want to, I mean, obviously, if queen takes g5, knight f7 wins the queen. That's the whole point. Wow, g4 is a cold-blooded killer type of move. Queen c2, you have rook c1.
Oh my god, I'm a genius.
No, g4 is a great move.
Okay, hang on a second. So
also, the bishop on d6 hangs.
Right, that's the whole point. I want to deflect the queen. No. The engine said after bishop g5, there's a defense.
Is it some sort of counterattacking move? Like bishop c6?
Bishop c6, knight c6?
BC?
Oh, I didn't see BC.
But still, queen.
Oh,
okay,
man.
But just bishop f6, de, and bishop e5, and white is dominating in the endgame.
Okay, but this literally happens to me every time against Hikaru. When I think that I got him, like he blundered, like he's about to resign, and then he finds something like this, and the game goes on.
Yeah, even when Hikaru thinks Hikaru's blundered, he finds something and the game goes on.
Exactly.
So unfortunately, Yeah, there
I mean, this position, obviously white is better, but there's work to be done.
Oh, no question about it. But this is a huge opportunity for Steve Wang to finish the tournament in style. He held Theodoro. He had a rough game yesterday against a Wonder, and he's played a move that I really don't like. He played F3 on move 21, and that's just because of the appearance of that move. I just think it's incredibly weakening for no reason. F3 was a little bit scary as you proposed, but is it a reason to create a permanent weakness on the king side?
It's
I
a
don't
bit
think it is.
shady. I don't think so. Like, that's not a move I would consider. I think that's not a move Ben Feingold would consider. Yeah.
No, he certainly would not. And black is now threatening bishop takes e5. So maybe white needs to play bishop d2, but that doesn't work either. Bishop c7 and rook takes d4.
Oh man, that is very, very easy to blunder something a lot, like tactically, with everything so loose.
Does white have a move here? Like, what does white do?
Queen, no, can't move the queen. Knight, maybe? Some knight move?
Knight back to c4, but then bishop f7 and black's pieces start to
No, knight
unfurl.
c4, knight c4, no. I was thinking knight c4, knight d3. No, knight
Uh-huh.
d3 is bad too. Knight d3, bishop b8. No, knight d3 is horrible.
Oh.
What do you think about knight g4? How bad is that?
Knight g4, queen e7. I feel like white's going in the wrong direction here.
I think so too. And you know what? I have a bad feeling for Steve that after f3, Benjamin is going to wake up like he's going to be like, f3, really, Riley? And then all of a sudden, he's going to start springing his pieces into action.
I think that's a terrible move by Steve. Just a terrible move. Because if he played bishop d2, you're basically playing with zero risk. Your king is safe. Now the landscape of the position changes completely. And now you're on the defensive. Black has a concrete threat. And you're dropping behind on the clock as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, combined with the clock, if your king starts to become weak here, it's so easy to just miss something in time pressure.
Most certainly. So this would be, I wouldn't say this win would guarantee a win for Webster, but if they can get at least one game with black, I don't see any realistic chances for UT-RGVB. What a brutal pairing to face Webster in the final round.
Oh, brutal. But the good news for UT-RGV is they have another chance. As you can see, their A team is also on 4 out of 5. So it's nice. It's nice that you have basically two horses, as I said earlier.
Most definitely. And speaking of good things, we have Grandmaster Julio Sodora, head coach of the UTD teams, in the studio. Julio, welcome to the show.
Hi, Danya, Jeffrey. Thank you for having me.
It's been an up and down ride for UTD, one of the most storied colleges and college chess programs for many, many years now. Could you start, Julio, by telling us a little bit about your journey? How did you come to become the UTD coach, and what has your experience been thus far as you now are a veteran coach?
Sure. It's been amazing. It's been memorable. Just being part of PanAm's, starting with me being a chess scholar back in 2009 at UT Dallas. So I've had many teammates, including the other current coaches, Alejandro Ramirez, even Christian Carilla as well. So we had good times winning the PanAms, sometimes even 6-0, like just high scores. And just been improving on chess back in those days. And after I graduated, I pursued professional chess, and at some point, I applied to be the coach. And here I am now, just trying to pass on the lessons and to mentor the current international masters and grandmasters of UTD.
Julio, that's awesome. First of all, welcome to the show. It's great to see you. For those of you who don't know, Julio was my coach. I think when I was 13 years old. I don't think I could be where I am today without him. He's taught me so much. We still meet often too, and he's just a cool guy. So I love you, man. My question though is, oh shoot, I had a question. Give me 1 second. I had a very, very good question.
It will come.
Just give
I
me
know it
1
always happens,
second.
Jay. It'll come.
Yeah, it'll come. It'll come. So, oh, I got it now. So we already interviewed many coaches here, Alejandro, Christian, and also Liam. Just talk a little bit about the contrast between playing in the PanAms and coaching in the PanAms.
Well, playing, I think you're just so more focused and absorbed in the games, and of course the preparations that it's required to perform well. You really don't see the peripheral things. You don't even see the big picture at all. So, as a coach, of course, you see the bigger picture. You see the details. With these announcements, these pairings, the needs outside of the chessboard, the non-chess related stuff, basically diet, sleep, and all that. So that is basically my role. I take it my important role to assist my players. What would I do? What would I need if I was still playing, right? And I try to take away all the worries and concerns of their mind so that they could just really focus on the game. And like even today, they want to maximize their time for prep. So, hey, just forget about breakfast buffet. Just finish your prep, go to the playing hall, and I'll grab you some, energy bars and something like that. So I think every little bit counts, especially if you're going for the top.
That's that's quite funny that you mentioned that, Julio. The energy bars is a famous UTD thing. I won't reveal that much about these secrets. We're gonna get into the games in just a second, but more importantly, Julio, there's a personal dispute that I want to settle with you. Do you remember the game that we played in a Nimzo a while back where you caught me in the opening? You didn't show me your real prep. So essentially what happened was we analyzed the Nimzo line and you held back one move. Then we played in Southwest Open and you used that move to beat me in like 25 moves.
Oh, Southwest Open. Yeah, I was still a student.
It's the Nimzo line with E3,
the one with the queen, king takes F1. King takes F1. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. You remember it now, right?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I do remember. I don't remember if I held it back from you.
You did. No, you did. Come on, don't deny it.
I did. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
It's possible. Yes. If you're really competitive, you don't share everything, I guess. Sorry about that. If you're offended and still harboring bad feelings about it.
Yes, I've been holding a grudge to this day, and that's also why you shouldn't. I mean, obviously, coaches are great, but you should not trust everything. Let's just put it at that. All right, shall we get to the games now?
Let's do it. We've got David Brodsky on board one here against Grigori Oparin. A tough task handling Oparin with black, but looks like David's doing a great job, Julio. We were thinking maybe bishop d5 and then a quick b3, b2. This could fizzle out into a draw.
Yeah, quickly, I think some small tactics could help him, right? Bishop d5, e4, b3, Okay, b1, something like this. Okay, 5, tak. Maybe it might equalize.
Rook takes
he's not forced, right?
Knight takes b3.
Are we doing this, Danya? Are we gonna trick each other? Are we gonna do this?
I think we're doing it. Knight b3, I think wins for white, but you actually have.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
There is b2.
B2. That's the right way to execute it.
And then bishop takes e4.
Yeah, the pin. Sure, but what if I don't play bishop d5? Am I really gonna be worse if I play bishop c6?
He has played bishop d5, by the way. Bishop c6 also looks pretty solid.
Yeah, doesn't look so bad.
David's a calculation first player, right? He's very, very concrete.
Right. But if he's instructed, if he's in time trouble, he's instructed to just play the principal moves and bishop d5 controls the center. So,
and now the big moment: will he play b3? Looks like he's
that's
got
interesting.
plenty of time to figure it out.
Yeah, that's foolproof. Yeah, if he finds it, he's going to hold this game, which would be a huge result, holding Oparin with black on board 1.
For sure. And on board 2, there's Escalante against Antipov. Go ahead, Leo.
Yeah, I've been following this actually. Not sure if it was Brian's prep, but he feels comfortable in these positions. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we thought White has been better for a long time here. And I still like White's position. Even positionally, if he just takes and goes queen g3, JX, I don't know what you think about this position, but I think only White can be better.
Well, you know what I'm worried about, though? Those doubled c pawns, c3 and c2, are ugly, and I see the d5 square. So remember yesterday how we spoke about weak squares and strong players recognizing it? If that knight were to transfer itself on d5, I could see potential problems in the future.
True. Yeah, the structure is pretty bad.
He's going for trades. Wait a second. He just took on b5. Can he take on a8 and just snag the pawn on f5? Is there a compelling reason not to? Take. What is Antipov planning here?
I think he wants queen f. I thought queen f7, rook f8. Let me think, though. Because there is bishop d3, I just realized. But maybe he's saying there's compensation anyway, right?
Take it and like rook a2 or something?
Yeah, or you could play for my idea, knight e7, knight d5.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's enough compensation for equality.
Yeah. Just equal.
Knight
I think
e7.
balances out.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Okay, so maybe taking the pawn is not the wisest approach. But White can also go for development with bishop f4. Rook takes a8 and bishop f4. So it looks like Brian has a nice solid advantage here and options that he can choose from. On board 3, we have Aaron Grabinski, who has been in trouble for a while against Christopher Repka. This is really the problem game for Dallas, and the things aren't seeming to get any better here so far.
Yeah, he started on the wrong foot, I think. It's a really cause of concern, but who knows? Maybe he'll find a way to a miracle save. So we're just hoping for the best here, really. Weak king.
And sorry to alert you, Julio, but board 4 is also a concern, not necessarily on the board, but on the clock.
Ooh.
What happened here?
But it looks like a pretty pleasant position for White, actually.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Black might maneuver his knight around to e5. So it's double-edged. Any thoughts?
Yeah,
Julio?
but yeah. I'm just looking at checking the pawn breaks. I think it's pleasant for White as well. Because of this h5, I don't think we're in trouble here so long as Saksham, doesn't spend another long think here. Because the moves come easy, wouldn't you say? Bishop d4, there's a pawn break on g4. Should be okay. Should be okay, I think.
Not a lot of time to figure it out, though. G4, there might be queen d7, so White's got some landmines to avoid.
True.
Like a pretty double-edged match. Julio, just one more question for me. Obviously, UTD-B right now is outpacing UTD-A and has a better chance of qualifying. Is there any kind of internal competition between the two teams? Or is there just an overall sense of teamwork? They're cheering each other on unconditionally. And what do you feel like as a coach handling two different teams that are doing differently in the tournament?
I've tried both approaches, actually. But for this event, it's the latter. It would be so they're supporting each other. All of them, A, B, C. And I'm just building this team camaraderie, because half of them are new to the team. So this is really a learning experience for most of the players right now. So I think helping at least one of them get to the top, that's enough, get to the finish line. And even if we don't qualify, I mean, I think it's about finishing and giving it their all, our all, because after all, that's all we could do, right? So that's why they're not really phased after the upset in the early rounds. It's just a wake-up call. They just need to be more alert. And if they are more alert than their opponents, then definitely the results will come.
Yeah, Julio. You mentioned that you also have a C team, which is interesting. One of the only programs here, lots of depth, A, B, and C teams. I asked Bartek, I asked Alexander Onishuk. We had Sasha Onishuk in here yesterday. I asked him, would you rather field a 4-player lineup, a 4-player team, or a 5-player team?
I like doing the 5-player team. I mean, if you have enough players, as much as possible, because you never know what's gonna happen if someone gets sick, for some unforeseen circumstances. And strategically, you can confuse the others as well. Especially UTD is known to have players that are of equal strength, so I can switch them up. Even back in my time, we like to switch things up and surprise the others. So we also have fun doing it.
Absolutely, yeah. Confusing the opponents, they don't know what to expect. Great depth. Julio, that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best to your team.
Thank you, Julio.
Thank you for having me. Have fun, guys.
All right. That was Grandmaster Julio Sedora, head coach of the University of Texas at Dallas. One of the oldest, probably the oldest college chess program. There was a time, some people might not remember that time, when there were essentially like only 2 or 3 chess programs. There was University of Maryland at Baltimore, UTD, and that was basically it for actual scholarship programs.
Yeah. I remember, I think you probably, during your time, so there was a time where Stanford had you and Party Mario Negi, and I thought you were going to compete for a title.
I thought so too.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, so then what happened?
We were the only Pan American that we were planning to attend was the one in Kenner, Louisiana. I think somebody mentioned it. Who did we interview before? I think Ramirez mentioned it.
Yeah, he mentioned it.
But we were planning to play. We actually also had an IM who was a grad student, so we would have had a great team. Maybe not a big chance given how strong Webster was back then, but we were planning to go, and unfortunately, Pari Marjan had some family issues come up right before we were about to leave, so we couldn't find a replacement, and we ended up dropping out. But other than that year, Stanford never really had any kind of chess activity at all. There was really no chess club. So, my chess experience was a little bit underwhelming, but my experience was great in all other aspects.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you have an illustrious career. For those who missed it, Danya was the 2022 Commentator of the Year. Poggers, let me put some poggers. And he's also a great friend of mine and a great streamer.
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. I'm very touched. We are going to go on a short break, but before we do that, make sure not to forget to sign up for the Collegiate Chess League. There aren't too many opportunities left. Sign up closes on January 13th. So if you are a university student and want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Exclaim CCL in the chat for more !CCL to register for the Collegiate Chess League. All right, guys, we're watching the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. The games are starting to reach their climax. They're entering the 4th hour of play here at the final round. You will not want to miss the rest of the action, so stay with us as we get you more Pan American coverage on the other side of this break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Welcome back to the 2023 Pan American Intercollegiate Team Chess Championship. We are watching the final round alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. We've got a lot of interesting matches to get through. Of course, Webster University, the only team that has guaranteed qualification to the Final Four. But let's actually start from the under 1800 section, because a lot of these games are actually about to end. So JX, the top board, features Kevin Yang against Atarv Sonowane, and it does look like a surefire victory at this point for Mr. Yang. There's no good discovery against the king.
Yes, we are now in the home stretch. Just to remind our viewers, there is another section going on, the under 1800 one. The first time that it's included in the PanAms, it's an amazing chance for players of all strengths to participate in this great collegiate tournament. As you said, UT Austin, perfect 5-0. They need to get 2 points here. And this does not look good for them. I see a queen for white. I see only a rook for black. So a big win coming up for UC Santa Barbara.
Indeed. The king moves up to G2. The queen is now safe. The only thing is that Kevin has a minute 42. He's got to be a little bit careful to avoid blunders. But it doesn't seem like black has any way to generate any kind of counterplay. Perhaps you should take on B2 if you're Atarv and try to get as many pawns as possible.
Yeah, he's trying. He's going to try to take on B2. Sometimes fortress chances do exist in the queen versus rook, but I'm thinking that as long as white keeps the c pawn alive, which I think he should be able to, like with a queen lurking in his back pocket, then I don't see how black saves it.
Yeah. No, this would be an absolute shocking miracle. Okay, so chalk this one up for UC Santa Barbara. What about board 2? That looks like another win for UC. What? No, this is a win for the lower rated player. Oh my gosh. Or is it?
Wait a second. What a mess. We have to go back. How did this happen?
Well, by the way, he just missed a much easier win, did Eswaran.
Uh-huh.
But he sacrificed a rook here for a massive attack. If we go all the way back, look at this move. Rook takes h7.
Ooh!
What a find by the lower rated player.
Beautiful.
Demolishing the pawn structure around black's king. Rook h1, queen f6.
Oh,
another great move.
Oh, this is so nice. Check. Oh my.
You repeated once. But in this position, I think the easiest win would have been to play rook takes h7. I'm shocked that he didn't play
Was
this.
he worried about queen f7, king h6, like 95 queen e1 maybe?
Queen e1.
He was worried about
he was
queen
definitely
e1.
worried about that. And what I think he might have forgotten is that the king just goes up to g4 and there are no more checks.
It's similar. It reminds me of the Nicholas Theodore game against Tianqi Wang when he had c7 and then he could have ventured up with the king takes g3. He assumed there was perpetual, but there wasn't. So that kind
it's
of
always hard to figure this out.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he's still in a winning position. And by the way, Joe told us earlier that Pranav Eswaran is on a perfect 5 out of 5. So this would cap
Unbelievable.
Off just like maybe one of the best tournaments of his life.
Clearly ridiculously underrated. I'm shocked that it's only plus 2.8. Does black have any way to stay afloat here? Is it knight g5? How does black avoid getting checkmated here is the big question for Jeremy.
Yeah, so what are the options even? Let's think. Because right now, I don't even see a move.
Yeah. Rook f8 doesn't work. You just give a check on g6. I don't see a move either.
Wait, what are we missing? Oh, okay. What about rook c7, just so that you have the f8 square?
Okay, let's analyze. Rook c7. C. Now, knight f7 and rook takes h7 leads to, I'm sure, a winning endgame, but this would not inspire confidence in me. I think black will have perhaps the most chances he's had all game in this endgame.
Well, I would argue that you can go queen f8 takes c5, though, right?
You can, but I'll go queen e1, and, the game
G4?
continues.
But for how long? For how long?
Not very long. Now, this is, of course, it's completely winning.
No,
But I've seen crazy things happen in the end.
Oh, yeah. There are a lot of queen endgames that can be tricky.
I'll go queen f2.
Oh, you got the double attack. Okay.
Perhaps
should be winning.
Should be winning,
but you need to be very precise.
But definitely an inaccuracy there by Eswaran. This lets the game continue. He's also got a minute on the clock, so I actually will predict a draw in this game. I don't think he's going to win. And Cawthorn, kudos to him. Good call by you. Rook c7 might have been the only move to stay afloat And he's got a fine knight f7 and rook h7. I don't think there are any alternatives for white.
Yeah, probably not. So I would go for the queen endgame and then work from there.
Indeed. We've got 2 other games in the under 1800 section to get to. Shall we stick to this one, or do you think we can keep going around?
I think let's go to board 3.
By the way, it does look like there have been a couple of results to update you on. So let's very, very quickly update you on boards 3 and 4. Looks like white has a solid advantage in this position. Both sides down to about 10 minutes, by the way. So this one's going to reach a time scramble. And finally, on board 4, looks like a slightly better endgame for white, although black has 3 pawns for the bishop here.
I don't know. I might actually prefer black with the 3 pawns, but yeah, definitely an interesting endgame. Let's go ahead and recap some results on board 1.
Yeah, looks like we've already got a couple of results. Benjamin Gladura and Tianqi Wang. I think that is the Webster match, correct?
That is the match between Webster and UTRGV. Webster on 5-0, UTRGV on 4.5. And it has finished.
A draw agreed in Tianqi Wang against Benjamin Gladura. So a good result for Benjamin, who was in a little bit of trouble. And Aram Hakobian also drawing Jakob Fuss.
Wait, so was it an agreement, or did they find a way to repeat the position?
No, draw agreed. Draw agreed. Bishop f7 was accompanied by a draw offer.
Interesting, because I was thinking queen c3 for queen c3, rook d4.
Queen e5.
I think. Oh my God, is it getting that late in the broadcast? Okay, so yeah, obviously,
3 hours.
Obviously, knight f7 then, and it would be a very likely draw after black would probably regain the d4 pawn somehow.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. No, I get why Steve took that draw.
Yes.
On board 2,
Yes.
we have a very locked up position in Aram Hakobian's game against Fuss. I mean, maybe black should have played on, but after h4, I don't think it's possible to make any kind of progress here for black. So I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
So that's a draw. And that leaves us with 2 other games in our top match. Ozanir and Quezada Perez. Quezada continues to squeeze an advantage out of this position.
How did they trade off the h pawn for a pawns? Like, originally I thought white was up a pawn, but the h pawn disappeared.
In this position, Quezada found a really nice move. He went knight g1, allowing bishop to e7 with a double attack on b2 and h4. And white had no choice but to engage in the trade. No, clearly Quezada has good winning chances here, no question about it.
Oh yeah, he's got the upper hand. White's rooks are permanently tied to the b2 pawn, which isn't going anywhere. And how about Burke's game?
Great question. Let's take a look. Burke against Betenyi was perhaps the most exciting game of this match, and it remains the most exciting game as the players drop to below 10 minutes on the clock in Betenyi's case.
Yes. I'm very worried for Betenyi. Like, his pawn structure seems to be in shambles, like a67, e4, f5, h5. Looks a bit loosey-goosey to me. Although there is one idea that I like, which is to go c5. I don't know if you do it here or you put a rook on d8. I guess you do it here. You go c5 just to open the bishop and cause chaos. Oh, wait, there's also f4 too. Okay, let's think now. There's f4
There's
too.
also knight takes g5. I mean, if you want to recapture the pawn. But I like the look of f4.
I actually really like f4.
Impressive.
Wait a minute, because f4, you go knight takes g5. You might have e3. You might have f3. You might have c5.
White could get checkmated there in like 3 moves. So after f4, JMB will have to find something urgently. Maybe even a piece sack on like e3. If black plays f4, maybe even rook e1 is the most... No, I guess not.
No, knight g5. Knight g5.
Oh, you're defending the pawn simultaneously. My bad.
But I see what
so
you're
what to
saying.
do here for white?
I see your point. Like, let's say if e3 were to come and you could sack, that would be ideal. But you have to find a move. How about... No, knight d2, knight g5. What about h4? Just stopping knight g5.
Cold-blooded.
Very cold-blooded.
Probably the best move,
and
actually.
Just to put,
if
I think
e3...
Yes. Now your idea after e3.
If e3, then knight takes e3. And white gets 3 pieces for the... 3 pawns for the piece. And black's attack will fizzle out in that case with the g5 pawn as well protected as it is. So black definitely shouldn't allow white to cash out like that.
Right, but if you don't go E3,
Whoa,
would you go?
this has happened. It's
Wait.
on the board.
Oh my God! I told you
They've literally played these moves. Great call.
I might be the new prophet. I might be.
No, you definitely are. This is on the board, literally. And now it's Patenyi's turn.
Hold on, wait a second. Are the players listening to us?
Entirely possible.
I mean,
the way
that
that
timing,
this is going.
it can't be
That's why the
coincidence.
delay. That's why the
Oh,
delay.
okay.
The delay.
Yeah, it's 'cause
is instituted.
We got to make sure they're not watching this awesome commentary show. Yeah. So maybe you go C5 instead.
C5 instead. It looks like a great move.
No, the problem is Queen E5 check and D5.
But then I go, wait, I don't think that's the end of the story. Okay, let's bring up the analysis board again here. C5, Queen E5 check, King H7,
D5.
D5. Now wait a second.
Oh my God, this could get. Oh, what about
C4
C4
check.
Knight C5?
And Knight D3.
Oh, King H1,
And the
Knight
king
C5.
And here's the thing: the king has no good scores because if you go to H2, you're walking into a potential bishop B8. If you go to H1, you're walking into a potential fork on F2. So if Patenyi finds C5,
Wow.
John Michael Burke might actually be in, at least practically speaking, and probably objectively as well, the eval bar giving an advantage to black, a lot of trouble. This would be a massive win for Patenyi if he can deliver on this attack.
It would clinch because it is 1-1 in the match. If Patenyi wins this game, they would win the match. So we're definitely keeping an eye on this. I really want to divert our attention, though. I saw an exciting game.
Okay.
Go to the board 2 match between UTD and I believe it's Mizzou. Check out
UTD
Repka.
and Mizzou. You want Christopher Repka's game against Aaron Grabinski, which has been a game in which Grabinski has been in trouble basically for the entire game. And I think he's about to lose. But how? His king is obviously in huge trouble. But there's no forced mate because after rook G8, king F7, F8 is protected. Huh. Where's the crusher here? There must be a winning move also because of the eval bar.
Yeah.
Oparin and Brodsky have drawn, by the way.
Oh, that is an important result. And wait, I think board 2 might have also finished. Was board 2 also a draw?
Antipov and Escalante?
Yeah.
Looks like it might have been. Yeah, I see that they're in an endgame that looks very drawish. Maybe a draw for happened.
Right.
No, they're still playing.
Yeah, they're still playing. We see Brian there on the screen, but I think it is very, very dry. So if Repka wins, that means it's up to Saksham on board 4 to try and win this position.
Yeah, but she's in severe time pressure against Saksha Chandra. We'll take a look at that position in a moment. But first, let's see if we can figure out what the winning move here is for Repka.
Oh, yeah.
Is it something quiet, like making some luft or something? King F2?
But what
Maybe
luft?
King
Like
F2 is the move.
Yes.
What about King F2?
Oh my God, that's 5-head. That is a 5-head move.
I don't know. I mean, maybe then E4 and, black starts opening up the king.
E4?
Nah, this doesn't look like the way.
Actually, E4 is a good move too. Okay. Wait, E4? No, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's think.
E4?
Let's think about this.
So back we go. Back we go to the live position. H3 on the board by Repka. Oh,
but I thought Queen C. Oh my God,
I thought so too. But he's got G3.
Yes.
And what I forgot is that the D2 square is protected by the white queen.
But let's say after G3 I go Queen H6.
So what you're saying is Queen C1 check. Let's make the moves on the analysis board. Queen F4 check. And then you go back to H6 to be able to go to D2 as soon as white's queen moves away from the D file. Okay, but now you keep improving with maybe like H4.
Yeah.
And it's just that black can't hold this forever,
Yeah, exactly. Black might even be put in Zugzwang if you think about it.
Draw agreed. What? You actually called that as well. Draw agreed and Sapava against Escalante. So the games are starting to slowly finish here.
Yeah, if anybody wants to hire me as their psychic, I will give you my contact information right after this broadcast.
So it appears that things will indeed come down to the last board, where Sotelo will have to pull off a win to tie the match.
Indeed.
And shall we take a look at that position?
Let's do it.
Because fireworks are on display here. 2 minutes for the rest of the game for the white player. But Akshat Chandra might be in some trouble here. He's dropped the pawn on h5. That's some tactics for you.
Oh, that is
Rook
lovely.
f7 in the end there, yeah.
Okay, so that's why he took on e1.
Oh, he did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now,
oh, this might just be a perpetual.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, no, I think UTD is going down here.
So let's see. What we're saying is after GH, Queen G5. No, this actually might not be the way for
Maybe
black.
not, because you can lift a rook. Like, let's say King F8, Queen H6, and Rook E3.
Then I thought maybe Knight F8, Knight G6, but your point is well taken. I mean, this looks incredibly dangerous, and there's no upside because
he has to calculate this. Like, it might be a draw, it might not. I have a feeling he could very well go for it. Another option.
There's Rook E7, yeah.
Queen D8.
Sorry, go on.
No,
Queen takes D6.
Oh, I didn't even see that pawn was saying. Okay.
And then if you move your knight, I go Queen F6, and you can't defend
Knight
F7. So black
Queen F6.
No, I don't see Akshat going for this, especially because white is in such acute time pressure. You don't want to give your opponent a bunch of forced moves that allow her to build up time.
Yeah, so Raja actually has another option. He can go Rook H8.
He can go Rook H8. White gives a check.
And now, probably Knight E5?
Knight E5, and you've got a monster knight in return for the pawn. So it's not like black is, losing or anything like that. No, I don't think Harshit is losing this one.
I actually like his position. It's very practical. You have pressure along the H file. White can't really create a passed pawn. You use that majority. So
you could even play like this if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, that
the
looks
endgame. The endgame is flat out bad for white, I think. Options of going A4.
I think this is a great moment to explain to viewers why black would actually be preferable, even down a pawn.
Well, it's just the knight. It's a classic case of good knight versus terrible bishop. The bishop is hemmed in by all of white's pawns. The knight on e5 is on an eternal outpost. You're never really going to sack the exchange here. So black has the option of trying to push a4 and breaking down white's pawn chain on the queen side, essentially whenever he wants to. And black can improve on the king side as well. So this is like a nightmare scenario in time pressure. I think Harshit might win this game, actually.
He might, and I mean, they would have an absolute stranglehold on this match. Where shall we head now?
Well, okay, so just to recap, it does look like Mizzou is going to bounce back from their loss yesterday and put themselves in prime position to qualify. A lot of it is just going to defend on the tie breaks. And okay, so we still have the top match that's going. We have Texas Tech University. We have Mizzou B. Let's take a look at Nicholas Theodorou's game because that game's heating up big time. This is St. Louis University against Mizzou B.
Yes, this is a great one to look at. And Nicholas starting to drum up something. So we left this earlier on, and the position has drastically changed since then. He's got a pawn on g4. He's got pressure. We see him there. Wait, what do you make of it?
He's drumming up some major counterplay, and he's got white in serious time pressure. Okay, so it's whose move? It is black to move currently. King G2 has just been played. King G2 has just been played, getting the king off of the first rank for obvious reasons. Queen D1 by Theodorou. Queen D1 threatening Rook C2. This is a 3-result game suddenly.
It is. It really is. And I feel like the time situation is very critical here because white's position is not easy to play. That with the pawn on g4, you have so many mating net ideas. And I'm worried. I'm very, very worried for our good friend Luka Doncic.
Yeah, somehow Luka has given up a lot of counterplay here. And all he has to show for it is a pawn, a lone corner pawn on a3. He would kill for the queens to be off the board, but no way to force an endgame as of now. White's got some options. You can try queen f5 to cover the Luft square and prevent the rook from leaving the 8th rank. But queen f5, even knight back to d6 comes to mind and forces the queen back.
Oh, man.
No. It blunders g4. I apologize.
Wait. Which line? Oh, yeah.
White plays queen f5 here.
I forgot it uncovered the rook. I forgot that it uncovers the rook. Okay. So then let's see queen f5. Let's look at queen f5 then.
So what is black going to do if white calmly brings the queen up to f5? Is there some sort of a forced draw? I mean, the eval bar giving zeros. Well, there's a crazy idea. I have a ridiculous idea. I'm sure it doesn't work, but I was thinking even g6 and king h7.
Yeah. It's actually...
You see what I'm saying? I mean, queen f3 and queen d1 is a perpetual
yeah, it's
threat.
probably rubbish because of knight d4 maybe, but...
Queen d2?
Queen c2.
Oh, actually, that's the only move, though. I missed queen c2.
And you know what? After knight d2, the only move is... I'll show you geometry. After knight d2, the only move is queen a6.
Defending the f1 square. That would have been a checkmate by black. So move for move here. And Luca will have to calculate this. He's down to 6 minutes on the clock now. He's gone rook b7.
Oh, I don't like that. I like your move better.
He's gone rook b7, but he is threatening checkmate. And Nico has to respond to that by either weakening his king or tying down his rook.
Although, actually, now that I think of it, why is this wrong? No, actually, yeah, I take that back. This is a reasonable move.
Is it f6?
Yeah, I was thinking about f6. Like, it looks so weird opening up the 7th rank, but
he's done it.
If white can't exploit it, I was thinking now if you go queen f5, which he played.
Has. And is this going to be some sort of a perpetual? You just get that feeling.
I'm getting that feeling too because both kings are under attack, but both
knight
queens...
d6 is a draw.
Wait, knight d6, queen e6, king somewhere.
h8. Sorry to cut you off there. I just think this is...
No problem. No, show the line.
Here, and that's it. Because after queen takes d6, you have a perpetual. You don't have a mate on c1. That square is protected by the knight. Black has to repeat moves. And if white decides to keep the pieces on the board, that doesn't help. White can try knight d4, but that loses the game to rook c1 with a checkmate on h1. This game is going to end in a draw very shortly.
Yeah, it is. Let's keep going. How's Bach doing?
How is Benjamin Bach doing? Great question. Actually, pretty darn well. He's up a pawn. He's maintaining pressure. He only has 49 seconds, though. Believe it or not.
Wait a minute. We like this position, but why is he playing so slow?
It's been this problem all tournament. I mean, Alejandro Ramirez pointed this out. I think when Benjamin is in subpar form, the area where he struggles the most might actually be his time management.
Just trust in yourself, right?
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. And when you're second guessing yourself, the time control is not all that big. You don't have a time addition on move 40, and you're playing a bullet game for the rest of the game here.
And let's go to board 3, Robbie Kavlishvili.
Okay. Still, I think Bach should be able to win the game.
I think so,
Robbie
but yeah.
Kavlishvili against Begim Tohurjonova, not a better position for black, that's for sure. Robbie has been struggling as well.
He has been, and b4, and it's going to be a struggle to protect the b4 pawn.
Yeah.
Like knight d5, rook c4 is the problem.
It's a huge problem. And black's knights, they look very nice, but you mentioned it, rook c4, and then the bishop aims at the knight on d5. You could end up a pawn down in some endgame here.
Oh, man. So probably slightly, I don't know if it's slightly better or better, but in any case, trouble at the mill for Robbie. And finally, the board 4 position between Akshat. Akshat, we mentioned, should be the designated scorer here for Slew.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I think he is the designated scorer. He's definitely winning.
Whoa! Look at this.
What a position. Yeah, the bishop on d8. Not something you see every day.
Oh, my. Okay, so how do you break through?
I think you maybe start with a move like rook b4 and ultimately prepare a sack on c4, but you don't have to rush with it.
No, I love that, though. I really love that concept. This is, by the way, this is called the Minesweeper concept. Do you know the Minesweeper concept?
No, I don't.
So the thing is, you want your rook to be on c1, but you have another rook blocking it. So first you move this rook, and then you move the other rook to where you want the rook to go.
I see what you're saying. No, rook b4 on rook c1 and rook takes c4. And black is not just tied down, but has no counterplay on the king side. That's really been the story of the game. Nadezhda has been unable to create anything going, to get anything going in the center or on the king side.
Oh yeah,
This
is
is
looking.
a win.
Yeah, the hitman Akshat Chandra is probably going to get it done again. So I guess it's looking good for Slew, but Benjamin Bach, I think, is the critical game in this match.
It is, because if he loses, if the time pressure gets the better of him, then all of a sudden Mizu B is in a pretty good spot, given how well Begum is doing against Robbie. All right,
Danya, should we? Oh, did you want to go somewhere, or I have a game?
No, your call.
Let's go back to the Burt game because fireworks are underway.
I was thinking about the same thing. Back we go to the Webster UTRGV match, the bottom board. Well, bottom in air quotes. John Michael Burke is a very strong grandmaster, and we're gonna get a good old-fashioned time scramble here as John Michael Burke continues to eat up pawns for the piece he sacrificed.
So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 pawns. He has 5 pawns right now.
That's actually quite rare. 4 pawns you see pretty often. 5 pawns for a piece is next level.
So how do you play this for black?
Beats me. You can't take on h4. That's for sure. Because then you let the bishop come back to e5 with queen f7 mate on the docket.
Yeah.
Huh. I think Patenya might be losing control of this game.
But according to the engine, he has a move here. I don't see it, though.
Maybe a check on e3? What does that do, though?
What is that? Yeah. I'm perplexed.
Yeah. Queen e1 and queen e3 and queen e4, but I'm not sure black finds any relief, even with the queens off the board.
Danya, I'm sorry to do this. I usually don't, but I give up. Can we check why this is okay?
Yeah, let's check. It's because of queen e3 check, king h2 for some reason.
Or king h1. We'll check both moves.
Queen f2, only move.
What the heck?
And why is this so impressive? Because h4 cannot be easily defended.
Yeah, but why can't I move my queen here? Like queen c6 or something?
Yeah, queen takes h4 check.
Okay, bishop h2. Oh, what just happened?
Queen e3 check has been played, is what just happened.
We might get the line.
We might get the line. Let's actually wait for Patenya's move. He's got 4.5 minutes. Queen e3 to f2, the only move essentially to avoid losing. And it's weird how hidden this move is. You don't really think about attacking h4 again, but you need to keep the knight on g6 to guard the e5 square from white's bishop.
Oh, man. This is a crazy position.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Yeah, so black is thinking, I think he's got to try queen f2. And then, can we show queen f2, queen c6, queen h2, bishop h2?
And then the queen comes around and say, oh, no, you can't take g5. There's a check on e1. That's a perpetual. And that's why the pension eval is zeros.
Oh, that's the point with queen f2. Yeah, you make the classic right triangle.
And Patenya, if he finds queen f2, is very likely to hold his own. He has found queen f2.
So impressive.
Great stuff by the Hungarian IM. Just holding his own against these top guys.
That's one of those subtle but hard to find kind of ideas. Queen e3,
for
queen f2.
Sure.
I didn't see it, but Patenya does. And now the ball is in Burke's court. Is there any chance that black can actually try to play for a win? I'm thinking, imagine after queen c6, queen h4, king g1, you could go rook e2 in that position too.
Potentially, and that's why I think Burke should go bishop back to h2, essentially to force black to repeat moves. And if this game is in a draw, as we think it is about to, what that means is that this top match is coming down to the wire again. UTRGV have really put together an unbelievable display. And can Ekin Baris Ozanir hold a pawn down endgame against Unieski Quesada? That's what I'm most pessimistic about from UTRGV's perspective. Let's go to that game for a second. This is what white is up against in that game. And 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's just a free roll here for Team Webster yet again. I feel like they had this exact same situation yesterday when they were just pressing on both boards. And I don't think they've lost a single game in this match. How about that? Or in this tournament.
They might not have. That's crazy. That is called consistency. Jeez.
Oh man, Liam is running an airtight ship back in Webster.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, there we get a shot of the playing hall. Boards 1 and 2 were drawn. Boards 3 and 4 on the screen.
Oh, by the way,
focus. Yeah.
You actually called it. Harshat Raja did end up taking that bishop on h5.
Oh, wow.
Giving white the option of a perpetual. And I think white might be accepting that perpetual.
Yes, white took it. Mm-hmm.
So that game ends in a draw.
Also an update on the Repka game. He found your idea with h3, king h2, g3, and h4, and he is on his way to victory.
Okay, so that means Mizzou is going to win their final match and give themselves a shot at qualification. Theodoro and Budisavljevic have drawn their game as well, leaving things in the hands of Benjamin Bach, who really needs to win to deliver for SLU.
And he is delivering.
Yeah.
Should we cut to the game or no?
Let's cut to the Benjamin Bach game because I think he is about to win his game any second now. Josiah Stearman fails to exploit Benjamin Bach's time pressure and goes down without much of a fight.
Yeah, and is Benjamin Bach? Oh, I saw Benjamin Bach there. I was wondering if Benjamin was wearing a hoodie. No, it's Josiah Stearman wearing the hoodie there. As we see Nicholas making a move. Nicholas is going to force a draw with queen d1, queen f3. What are your thoughts, really quick, about players wearing hoodies?
Players wearing hoodies? I mean, if it helps you concentrate, I sometimes do it, actually.
I did it as a
sometimes
kid.
During the game.
Right, and there we see the handshake, by the way. Board 1, Luca and Nicholas have agreed to a draw. I used to wear it as a kid, but at some point I stopped because one of my coaches told me that it was disrespectful. It was very disrespectful.
Really?
Not to show.
Thought of it that way.
Yeah, not to show your face, just a little bit, because we have the dress code, at top level tournaments, so it's good to start getting used to putting, let's say, a good representation of yourself.
I agree in like high level tournaments that should be the goal. I think in open tournaments or in casual tournaments, you should basically be able to wear whatever you want. But I think that the top level tournaments should have a strictly enforced dress code. I think it is very important to, display your best self when you're playing a prestigious event. I have no idea why Josiah is not resigning here. A7 and rook c1 is game over. Or rook takes b6 if you want. But rook c1, I think, is what Benjamin will do.
I think so.
Come on, Josiah.
Yeah, I think it's just
enough. He's very disappointed. There's resignation.
Yeah. I mean, great job by Benjamin keeping his nerves in time trouble. He converted that with the utmost precision. And I think, what does that mean for the SLU match?
That means they've won because Akshat Chandra, I think, has won his game officially. Yeah.
He won.
Wow. And isn't it crazy how literally 10 games just ended at the same time?
Oh, it is. It's absolutely. It's amazing. And I was going to say that this is where you wait and you pray. You wait and you pray. As SLU, they've done their job. They're on 4.5 out of 6, but as we know, they will probably need good tie breaks. And I remember.
Yeah.
We are getting word that another game is still going, but SLU would clinch this match 2.5 half, which is why they would clinch. I mean, they would win the match. So, as I was saying, it reminds me of this case where in the RCC or in the Title Tuesday, you win your game and then you're just watching the other games and hoping that either a result goes your way or your tie breaks are good.
Yeah. No, this is exactly how it is. Now, technically, Akshat Chandra is still playing, but he will not be playing for very long. He is completely and totally winning. Another match that I wanted to take a look at is UT-RGV A against Mizzou B, because that was a close match, an unexpectedly close match. Let's go to the game between Camille Dragoon and Gergely Cantor. That game is about to finish as well. I think Dragoon is going to score a big win on board 1 for UT-RGV A. Unless I'm missing something, this is just game over after King F6.
No, it is.
Yeah, it just goes after the H-pawn, and Black's king is nowhere to be found. Okay. No, it's over. It's over. Anna Sargsyan on board 2 with a draw. Sorry, this is Webster B against UTRGV. Uri Druska and Ezra Chambers on board 3. Likely to end in a draw, I think. What do you think about this?
Yes, so after, CD5, rook d5, I think black just has to play precise move. Let's see.
No,
or
Webster's
actually,
gonna lose.
You don't even have to take, I just realized. Because the rook on d3 is hanging. So you could play a move like rook b4 if you want.
Even if Ezra Chambers wins this game, which he has no chance of doing, Anna Marjanovic has lost her game on board 4. So this match is over. UTRGVA is going to win and is going to put themselves in another excellent spot potentially to qualify with good tie breaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally. And I want to bring your attention to the UTD match, Priotu, Razvan Priotu against Sorokin on board 1.
Razvan Prioto, that was a crazy game we've been monitoring for a while. Let's go back to the UTDB match. Okay,
oh my
looks
God.
like trouble for Sorokin.
Look at that. Bishop f5. What a move.
What a move. Oh, and what a move. So Sorokin coming up with a very cute idea. He goes rook h to f1 in this position, setting a devilish trap. Queen takes f1. Looks like it wins the game on the spot with the Desperado, but no.
Oh.
Queen takes e5, counterattacks the rook on h8, and black cannot defend it. Instead, bang by Prioto. If white's queen moves, you take h4 and e4.
Oh my God, this reminds me of a time where I thought I played something brilliant. Like I played a move, and then I walked up the board like I'm a genius, and then when I came back, my opponent stunned me with an even more brilliant move.
It's honestly a terrible feeling. I know that feeling very well. Oh, and here's something crazy. Pranav Eswaran in the under 1800 section actually lost that game against Jeremy Cawthon.
What?
He actually lost. Time pressure getting the better of him.
So he had that huge attack. By the way, Pranav was on 5-0. Couldn't end on a good note.
We see a beautiful camera view there of the under 1800 section. These are Kevin Yang and Atharv Sonawane. Kevin Yang has officially won the game. So they're discussing their game, but a devastating loss for Eswaran.
Devastating. Wow, that is unfortunate.
And that means, I think, that UCSB has officially won because they've also won their game on board 4. So a great end to the under 1800 section for UCSB. Perfect score, or so it appears.
Wow. So what is the score in the under 1800 section once again?
I think it's a perfect score for UCSB if they complete the victory. 6 out of 6.
I don't think so. I believe it was actually UT Austin because we saw UT Austin move to 5 out of 5 last run.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, 5. So 5 out of 5, I guess, or 5 out of 6 then.
In fact, we're going to see a big log jam of teams on 5 out of 6. So speaking of tiebreaks are going to decide the inaugural under 1800 section. Speaking of tiebreaks and drama.
And speaking of more drama, we have okay, what do we have here? By the way, Repka and Grabinski in the Mizzou UTDB match is not totally over yet, so that match is still going. But Ozanir against Kizada really is the biggest game because if UTRGV can hold, then essentially they guarantee qualification. If Ozanir loses, then they lose the match. So it's really all down to the wire in that game.
It really is. Let's go. Let's check it.
Okay. But for the time being, it doesn't seem like Quezada is making too much progress.
I think he's taking a sweet time. I know Quezada very well. He actually ground me down twice in this type of position where he just has no risk and he won both games. So my guess is that he finds a way to win, but he's going to do it patiently.
I think he should get on with it eventually. I mean, I think the only way for Black to make any progress is to play h5 here. Wouldn't you say? Or am I misunderstanding this position?
The drawback of h5 is GH, rook g1, maybe.
GH, rook g1, and you're saying white will potentially infiltrate.
Although, no, there's nothing there. King d7, what's the big deal? You're right.
He's also got so much time. He's got 17 minutes and change.
Yeah,
All of the other games are over, actually.
Right. I believe he's going to take his sweet time here. Shall we? I think it's time to go to the UTD match on board 2, where it's 1.5, 1.5. And Repka is looking to put the finishing touches.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do just that. I apologize. I didn't see that he was actually up 2 pawns, so that this game is completely over. It's resignable after c5.
Oh, and you can see it there. Oh, that is painful.
Grabinski is a very, very late resigner, so I think this game will probably drag on for a little bit longer, but I don't see what Black having any chances to save.
This reminds me of, I mean, it's a very sad sight. You can see Grabinski, the only one there. All other 3 boards are gone. No players are watching. It's very lonely there.
There comes Mr. Repka to write down Black's move and push the pawn 1 square further to c5, which I think he's going to do pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can see it on Aaron's face. He's just ready to resign.
He knows that this is the pivotal game, and they are about to lose it. Okay, so we don't have actually all that many games still remaining. We have Tokarjonova in the slew. Texas. Sorry, who is slew playing? Where does Josiah Stearman go to school?
Josiah goes to Mizzou B. Okay, that's what tripped me up. Mizzou B.
Mizzou B. Yeah, that's what I thought. Was just making sure. Let's go to that game for a second. Can Begim Tokarjonova pull off a stunning upset victory against Kevlishvili, who's got 15 seconds? He's on his last seconds here. He's on his last seconds.
Yeah, this looks very promising for her. She's got the pass B pawn. Black's knights are tied down. No squares.
Yep.
Although there is rook c2, maybe.
I wonder, Liang of U Chicago there checking out the games. Huh. Tough position for Black. Tough position for Black. So if Tokarjonova wins, does it matter? No, it doesn't. Okay, I keep forgetting. It does not matter. This match is decided. This match is decided.
Yeah, it is official now. 2.5 half St. Louis on to 4.5. Shall we go to the shall we go to there was something that I saw. The Burt game. Or sorry, the Burt game finished in
the Burt game is
draw,
finished.
Right?
It's a draw. The Burt game is
official draw. Yeah, ended the exact way you predicted.
There's also an interesting match between UTDA Matvishin against Rahul Srivastav and Makove against Bessa. That game is over. Let's go to the Matvishin game for a second.
Oh, this is the UTD match. The UTDA Texas Tech. Yes.
Exactly. UTDA against Texas Tech. Matvishin for Texas Tech, trying to redeem himself from a disappointing result yesterday, which could have brought his team a incredible victory. Instead, he drew that game against Kevlishvili. But he's got some winning chances here. Kind of a deja vu moment where it doesn't seem like he's got enough for a win in this game, though.
No, I disagree with you. I see a beautiful concept. Beautiful concept here just to show it. So if, first of all, if AB4, Black's idea is knight A6, knight takes B4, and that knight is going to try to get around to F2 via D3. And this is why you play the move A3, A4.
Okay.
Shutting out the black knight. And the black knight cannot enter the position. Also, you fix the A5 pawn, and king B6 is your threat.
So let me try to take devil's advocate here. I'll go knight E8. And we're going to get into some sort of a pawn race here. Are you going to go king B6?
I am going to go king B6. Let's see what happens.
Okay, knight F6.
Let's race. Let's go racing.
Let's do it. Knight takes G4.
Take on B4. Actually, sometimes...
Yeah,
okay, let's take on B4.
Alive.
I mean, let's just take on B4 just
knight
to see first.
I don't know where I should put the knight.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know.
Knight F6. Okay, I want to stop you from giving me a check on D5 when we both make a queen.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
So we race. Point.
Yep.
We race. Queen. And apparently white is winning here. Maybe with a check on C6. Maybe with a different check. Maybe a check on E2. Hard to say what the evaluation is here.
Very hard to say. Yeah. And also, but you didn't have to go promote, by the way. Couldn't you have tried to stop my A pawn?
I probably could have, and maybe I even should have. So at which point could black have stopped the pawn? Maybe here? Like knight e8, knight c7? What is the...
I was thinking
maybe
king
knight
d7.
d7?
But why not king d7?
Oh. Yeah, you can do it with your king. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Oh, that was a strange mental block moment.
It was. I was only thinking of stopping it with a knight. You're absolutely right. The king gets to c6, and this is a dead draw.
Should be, I mean, knight c4.
Maybe
How
not a
dead
dead draw.
is it, though?
I'll take it. This has to be a draw, though.
Oh, yeah. Because anytime the white king marches forward, like after king b7, king b5, you just check me.
Yeah, knight d6. And white's knight, of course, is tied down to the g4 square. You can't really let this pawn advance any further. You can give a check. Or sorry, no, you can't do that because you can't get to b5. Huh. Okay, so this game is quite likely to end in a draw. We still have Eyal Greenberg, though, pushing an advantage against Simon Kanin.
Yes, we do.
He's been pushing this advantage for a very long time. But it doesn't seem like he's got enough for a win here. Just doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Both players under a minute.
So what does that mean for the match?
So let's assume this game is in a draw and Matvesian draws. Priyotsu is very likely to win. And Andrei Makave has already won. Dallas is going to win.
Dallas is going to win. Dallas is going to move to 4.5, tying with Slew, very likely.
Incredible. 4.5 out of 6. A good performance by Julio Sidora's team.
By the way, a match that we have been ignoring, I don't know if we can check, but I should make this aware. So if RGVB loses to Webster, which is highly possible, Quesada pressing there in a tied match, that would make it up to RGVA to perhaps try and win.
Which would allow them to surpass RGVB.
Exactly. Can we actually, why don't we check on it?
Okay, so RGVA is what we're talking about right now. RGVA. Who do we have on RGVA? Looks like that match is already over. Oh, Dragoon. That was the Dragoon match. Yeah.
Oh, it's
RGVA
over.
has won. RGVA has officially won.
Okay, so it seems we also have another huge update that it's official on board 2. Repka has won.
He has.
Yes, Grabinski resigned. So Missouri has clinched their ticket to the Final Four.
Very, very impressive. Very impressive. Christopher Repka. No, he hasn't. I don't know where you're getting that information from.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got word that yeah, that's my bad. Grabinski still fighting. Grabinski's still fighting on.
I mean, I think this game is likely to last for like another century, unless Repka plays this accurately. I don't like the way Repka has been converting this. I feel like he's given Grabinski unnecessary chances.
I see what you're saying, but why can't I just play like Queen D8, Queen D1 maybe, just to restrict?
Yeah, restrict the queen. But the thing is, white always has H3 as an escape square. So it's not like black is really threatening perpetual. Okay, he's taken on F6, though, which I don't know. Is this the easiest way to convert? The 3-on-1? What do you think of this? Does he just want H5? No, H5, H6 allows some stalemate concepts. Okay, Queen A4.
Yes.
Apparently,
so
it is completely winning.
There's a very important thing to note. If you remove the pawns on F3 and H7, this is actually a draw, believe it or not. That's a famous endgame. Yeah, I don't remember who covered it, but it's amazing that it's a draw. But the 3-on-1, I guess, is a different story. Maybe as long as you stop the perpetual, you'll eventually have H5, H6.
It appears that the win is actually very, very simple here because of the fact that, you can force a queen trade.
Oh, that's lovely.
You can force a queen trade. And so black has to go king F8. Now another check, and it's over. You're going to win a third pawn, or you're going to force the king. So I take my words back. I actually think Repka just made a great move. I think Repka just made a great move. And I don't know why Grabinski's thinking. I mean, if you're not taking the pawn, then you might as well resign.
Oh, yeah. But you can't take the
And
pawn.
he does.
Uh-huh.
But Repka's going to see queen e6. This
He's
is
gonna
very
see it.
elementary.
He's played amazingly. If he sees the queen e6, queen f5 idea, that will be it. And he's played it.
Yeah. Queen e6. There we go. Grabinski looking off into the distance. Will he resign now? Will he resign on the next move? Oh, and actually, you know what's hilarious? Black can't even avoid the queen trade by giving up a pawn, because after queen e6, king f8, queen
really?
f5, if you go to the e file, there's queen e4. If you go to the g file, there's queen g4. So
That's a great point.
I'm speechless. This was great stuff by Repka. Good calculation. And Grabinski, at this point, it's really time to resign as his teammate comes up to watch.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
tough
Repka's teammate.
Feeling. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice feeling. That's a nicer feeling.
Watching your teammate deliver. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And so just to summarize, we know that Webster is through. We know that Brownsville is through. The A team got it done. And we know that Missouri is through. And we also know that UTDA and SLU are on 4.5 out of 6.
We do indeed. We're just watching Grabinski. I really don't understand what's holding him back. I think he's going to resign right in this position.
I think so,
goes.
yeah. And all right, he's going to take a drink of water.
He's going to take a drink of water first.
Yeah. What was your worst reaction after the end of the game? For me, I'm usually calm. I don't remember if I ever stormed off. I always shake my opponent's hand.
No, I've never stormed off. Like, I never take it out on my opponent. I usually take it out on myself.
Same.
I've definitely crumpled up the score sheet and thrown it away.
That I've not done. Wait, I should do that. Should I do that or no?
It's more like, no, I haven't done it in front of anybody. Like, I'll do it when I'm back in the hotel room. By the way, Toker Jonova, I think, has failed to convert that endgame advantage. I'm honestly, failed to convert that endgame advantage and has drawn, but that game was meaningless already because the match was decided. And Seaman Kanan has also drawn his game. So literally all of the games are ending as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Grabinski not resigning? I just don't understand why people sometimes do that.
So
why is he sitting there?
He's not thinking about this position. He's probably thinking about what went wrong in the opening, or if he had something in the middle game. That's what he's thinking about.
No, he's actually still playing.
He's playing the pawn endgame. Okay, yeah. I see.
No, but come on, this is
king goes up, g5. Yeah, I mean the pawns are doubled, so you have to be somewhat careful. But a player at Repka's caliber is not going to spoil this.
Yeah, I think a grandmaster will be able to convert a pawn endgame 2 pawns up. So this one is all over. What games do we still have remaining? Actually, our only remaining game might end up being Ozanir's game against Quezada Perez.
Yeah, so should we look at the UTD? Or no, that's actually that match was over.
Well, let's wait for this game to finish, because I think we actually might get Christopher Repka. We might get Christopher Repka in for an interview. We may.
Wow.
We'll try.
King
h6 by Grabinski. One last trick. Don't go king f6 and stalemate the king.
Oh, the classic Rosen.
Okay, I think Christopher might want to play g5 check here. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I don't know if I should expose somebody for this, but there was a game in the World Blitz. Andrew Tang played against Haik Martirosyan. Shout out to Haik Martirosyan. He finished with a bronze medal, a huge result. But this was earlier in the round on day 1. And Andrew Tang, also known as the Penguin, was completely winning. He had a queen, and Haik had king and 2 pawns. Penguin had a queen and a pawn. Haik had a king and 2 pawns. And then Haik found this amazing stalemate idea. And I think in that split second, Andrew was shell-shocked. He didn't want to give stalemate. And instead of giving stalemate, he flagged.
Oh, my gosh. And I've seen that happen before, where you just so in disbelief that you just lose track of time.
Yes, exactly, because you don't want to give a stalemate when you have the upper hand.
Totally fair. I get it. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, still not resigning. H5. Christopher Repka pushing his pawns. Very difficult conversion here. You can just see in the way that Grabinski is moving that he's already resigned. This is purely...
Yes.
I think laying this out is purely symbolic.
Right. It's that, you're playing for a team. Actually, I admire the fighting spirit. He's fighting here like a lion. He's
I don't know.
Well, no, here's the thing. I want to say if there's even a 0.0000000000001% chance that Repka might spoil this, he's going to play on.
But there isn't. And I really feel like I'm an extremely late resigner. I usually play out positions where, some people might resign. I definitely consider myself a late resigner. But I feel like there's a point at which it just becomes like, why are you torturing yourself? Like, that there's no chance anything happens. It's not like it's a time scramble. And now G4 and G5. Repka's taking his time as well. Just go G4.
Yeah.
He's enjoying it, though. Repka's enjoying himself in this position.
He totally is. Yeah, he doesn't mind. He's relishing. Or is relishing the right word? He's relishing every second. Yeah, he's relishing every second of this. And yeah, it's tough to watch. Tough to watch, Aaron.
Okay, this game is dragging on quite a bit longer than I would have thought it did. Now Repka's taking his time for whatever reason. So let's take a look at the Quezada game and see if he's making any progress on squeezing out that extra pawn against Ozdemir. He's making progress on the clock. Ozdemir is now down to 50 seconds. But it might be impossible to convert this. I think he might have a fortress.
He might. Yeah, I don't like Quesada's decision earlier on to recapture on h5 with the rook. I like creating a passed pawn to use that to sort of deflect white. And now in this position, white only has one weakness, but the king on g4, knight f3 is a beautiful configuration.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And black can play f6, but that only does more harm than good, because that after e takes f6, you've made absolutely no progress. Is this just is this to the point where black should consider just offering a draw, or is there some way to put white in a position where he's likely to make a mistake?
I think he's going to wait on f6 for a while. Maybe he's going to try to bring the king back up somehow. That's what I'd guess.
Repka, I think, has officially won.
Fine. All right.
Finally.
It's in the books.
It took a while.
I think the coach, Christian Carilla, I wonder if his patience was tested there, but a big congrats to my good friend Christian Carilla and Missouri for qualifying to the Final Four.
Mizzou with a huge, huge win. Christopher Repka is the hero. And with his teammates all drawing their games, a painful loss for Aaron Grabinski. But like you said, he fought to the last drop of blood. But when you're playing one GM after another, you've got a tough task as the lower-rated player. And Mizzou, having the team spirit to suffer a very painful loss yesterday and then coming back and winning today, not easy to do. Not easy to do.
Not easy at all. By the way, did we have an official score in the under 1800? I just remembered about them.
So I'm going to check the under 1800. We have had a couple of results that, yes, all of the games have finished. Kevin Yang has won. Jeremy Cawthorn has won. And then Adhikari has won. I think UCSB has won, but I'm not 100% sure. We will confirm that for you in just a moment. Yes, UCSB, I'm correct. UCSB has won 2.5, 1.5, and has spoiled University of Texas at Austin's perfect score. Okay.
All right. Wow.
We also have the match between University of Texas at Dallas A and Texas Tech University, which is still ongoing, by the way.
Oh, yeah, let's see it if you want. Or do you want to stay here or do you want to look at it?
No, let's look at Matvishin's game really quickly, and then we'll look at Sorokin's game.
So, wait, there's a trick here. Hold on. I just saw an amazing trick. Look at this. King e5, knight d6, e3, knight c4, knight c4, e2, b7,
Wait,
or
wait,
b7.
wait, Jared, slow down. Sorry. Can
Oh,
you
I'm
tell
sorry.
me again?
Yeah, king e5, knight d6,
Okay.
e3, knight c4, knight c4, b7.
Oh, and you have a skewer in the end.
Yes. But that's not the end of the story.
But this might still be a draw because black can go like king d4. And with the knight and the pawn, this should be a draw.
The knight and the pawn and the king actually work together.
Yeah,
they work together
do.
as one big blob to get the pawn forward.
That's a good way to put it. And after queen e8, king d3, yeah, this is white just can't make any progress. They're gonna have to keep checking. Okay, so back we go to the live position. So what you're saying is that how did this line start? King e5. King e5 is the drawing move. Yeah. Can black avoid that scenario? If he doesn't want to allow it, you can go king e5, knight e3, king d4 though, right?
No, but I said knight d6, right?
Oh, knight d6. Sorry.
Oh, but still king d4 maybe. King d4
or king d5.
Oh, you're right. They don't have to go for that. They don't. Yeah.
Yeah, this should also be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this game ends in a draw. Makave wins. Wins.
And did you say Priotu was better or Priotu was winning?
Priotu was much better. So this match is actually not over. Unfortunately, the transmission has cut off after bishop f5.
Oh, okay.
So we will not be able to give you an update on the current position, but it's likely that Priotu.
It's very likely that Priotu did not lose. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, but with Makave winning for Texas Tech, you actually need either Grinberg.
No, Makove is UTD.
For Dallas.
Makove won.
Oh, so Dallas is going to win. That's basically
Dallas
guaranteed.
Should win. I'm fairly certain.
Simon Kanan is not going to win this game. He actually even might lose.
Oh yeah, the bishop on f4. This is a classic domination where the bishop, 3 squares away from the knight, like horizontally or laterally, is dominated. The knight cannot move to d6, e5, g5, or h6, and he's going to try to bring his king over.
Yeah, he's going to go king d4, king d5. And if he gets his king to e6, the game is over. Black is going to try to get his king to d7 when white's king is on d5. But, okay, big deal. White can just make a waiting move with his bishop. Right? Isn't this winning for white? I don't understand. How does black...
I think... No, you know what might happen? You put the king on... Okay, wait, let's make moves. All right, let's play. King d7.
Okay, king d7, king d4.
All right, I'll play king c8.
I'll go king d5.
And I'll go king d7.
And I'll make a waiting move.
And I'll go knight. Where do I put it? Let me think. Knight g5.
Bishop e5.
And now I go knight h. Wait, maybe knight h3 doesn't work. Let me think about this.
Oh, you want to...
You see what I'm trying to do, right?
I see what you're trying to do. Knight e6, there's c8 queen. That's one of the big problems for black.
Exactly.
But with 30, but imagine having this with 30 seconds. I just don't see Simon Kanan holding this together.
And we know how bad the knights are against the rook pawns.
We do. And we also know how awesome it is to get guests to the studio. We are officially going to get the hero of this round for Mizzou, Grandmaster Christopher Repka, in the studio. We're setting him up right now. And
that's amazing.
No, it's over. Kanan blundered.
Oh, it's over.
He moved his knight. He moved his knight by accident. And he's given up g7. That's it.
Oh, wow. And this score might really get out of control now.
Yeah, this is going to be a drubbing. Grinberg is going to win. Priotu is likely to win. This might be 3.5-half, which is crazy considering how strong Texas Tech is.
Right. Wow.
Unreal.
So UTD and SLU once again are in 4.5 out of 6, tied for 4th. We know that Webster, RGV, and Mizzou are through. So the tiebreaks are going to probably decide between those two. Can any other team join the fray?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So it's gonna come down to tiebreaks between those two.
So say that again. It's gonna come down to tiebreaks between
UTD and SLU.
UTD and SLU. Got it. Yeah, because SLU is going to win. Benjamin Bach, that was a huge result. And Akshat Chandra won as well, so they win with a score of 3-1. This one's over. King takes f5. is winning. Yeah, king takes f5, black can resign, I think, right?
I think so.
Not sure whether there is even a single trick to be found here for black. I don't think there is. I think this one's over. And we can go back once again to the Eckenbaris-Ozenier game, which has not changed in a very long time. But Quezada continues to try to squeeze something out of the position. 23 seconds for white. I feel like Ozenier might eventually slip up here.
He might. There is progress. Rook b8 played. Bishop. Do you go bishop b6 here?
This is some intrigue here. We might see some sort of a resolution. He goes back to c7.
Not sure why he repeats. I feel like if you're up on time, you shouldn't repeat.
Yeah, you definitely should go for it. He's got 8 minutes himself. Not that much time himself, but still. Your best chance might just be to get something complicated and hope your opponent blunders. Yeah. Okay, so rook back to b4.
And by the way, important to note out that in terms of the qualification, there are no ramifications. Qualification ramifications. Little rhyme
nice.
for
Almost rhymes.
Does that rhyme? Does that count? Qualification ramification?
I think it's close enough.
Close enough.
I
think you give me that one. So it doesn't have any ramifications on the qualification. We know that UT RGV is going to be in the President's Cup in the Final Four happening in March, regardless of the result.
Yeah. Huge result. And Ozenier trying his best to hold this position together. I don't know why Quezada went king c7. All of a sudden now he can't even really get to that position they just had. And he continues to burn clock.
I feel like should we show the line? Because I had a line in mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So bishop b6. I was thinking rook f8, rook f4, king g3, take on d4, take on d4, take on f7, rook e4. I thought this was winning for black, so that's why I didn't understand why Quezada didn't go for this.
It is winning for black, and this would be a very easy line to fall for if you're playing on increment. Instead, he goes back to c7, and now he's kind of tied himself down a little bit, and he's falling behind on the clock. He's like very slow and indecisive. This might just end up being a time scramble.
It might.
Okay. So let's hope we get some action in this game and Quezada actually goes for something.
By the way, we should also note that first place is on the line. As Bartek told us 2 days ago, the ultimate goal was just to qualify, and his team has done that. But it is also meaningful that there's a big first place trophy. Obviously, first place means something here. And Webster on 5-0, as long as Quezada doesn't lose this position, that trophy will be theirs.
And it's entirely possible that Quezada just says, you know what? I don't really care. I'm going to offer a draw, and we're going to go home and win the tournament. Obviously, there's FIDE rating on the line. So a lot of people forget that. For these players, the rating is almost as important as the team result. They don't just want to give away free points, but Quezada continues to ponder. He's got 5 minutes on the clock now, and we might simply get a good old school time scramble to finish off this tournament.
Yeah, we might. And
in fact, it's very likely that we will.
The funny thing about 30-second increment, though, is I never really considered a true time scramble because it feels like you can, let's say somebody makes a move. Oh, sorry. What happened? F6.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did I keep going or no?
You never considered it a true time scramble. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like with 30-second increment, you can stretch, you can look around, you can take a sip of water, and then you can make a move and you're still fine.
No, totally. It's not quite as panicky as even like a 5-second delay.
Right.
And no increment time scrambles are the best. But this is why I really like no increment time scrambles. I think they add a lot of intrigue. Here, it almost feels like you have an eternity per move.
I know. Some people actually use that to tilt me. There's a guy named Ray Robson. Probably you've heard of him.
Yes, heard of him a couple times.
He's infamous for moving with 1 or 2 seconds left. I think he does that on purpose.
So I have a story. I played him in the U.S. Championship in 2015, 15, and we had a game where I was completely lost for a while. Then I recovered. I was still losing, and he was playing on increment as usual. And there was a point at which he had 1 second, and he had not started making his move. I was positive that he would lose on time, and somehow he was able to move and press the clock, and he didn't lose on time. It was the most tilting thing I've ever seen.
That's witchcraft. That's witchcraft.
Yeah, it is. But it's typical Ray. It's typical Ray. Okay, so what is Quezada going to do here? Does he have a single way to prolong the game?
So bishop b6, ef6, rook f4, king g3, rook f6, knight g5, king b5.
But there's there's knight e5 and rook takes b6.
Oh, show that. Show what I blundered. Oh my.
No, he didn't play it. I mean, there was a tactic basically with like a fork on d7.
Yes.
So he has to repeat moves. There goes Ozanir with another check on a7.
So a tactic almost works for white. Rook d6 and rook d5 almost works. So there's rook f4 check intermezzo.
Yeah. Okay. So the question is, does black have a single way to prolong this game, or is Quezada going to acquiesce to what would be a very well-fought draw by the Turkish IM? Okay, here he goes. Rook a7 check. Where is Quezada going to go? Is he going to go back to e8? Is he going to go back to e8?
Yeah, I think he is.
So let's say he goes king e8. White goes rook back to a6. What does black do? How does black actually protect this pawn? I guess king f7.
Yeah.
And then somehow black holds together for now.
He's actually making some progress, I think. Because he's threatening rook f4 check.
G6.
I think he's going to go rook f4 check at some point, and then rook e4, and then threaten g4.
Yeah, I agree. I think he should drop down to 30 seconds just to make this interesting. Just so we get a lot of moves fast.
Can they both start implementing the Ray strategy?
It looks like Quezada's trying to do just that, because at some point he had 17 minutes. Now he's got 4. And I think at this point he's just waiting for his clock to tick down. Well, this is the last remaining game of the tournament, essentially. I don't see a single other game remaining. Yeah, this is the last game of the tournament. Buckle in.
Very fitting. The last game of the tournament occurs on board 1. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a hell of an event for both teams. RGV B has displayed just amazing resilience, or just the ability to play as an underdog. They don't have any grandmasters, but that doesn't stop them from scrapping and just coming together, uniting, playing great. And Webster, they have no losses to show for, just a clean slate.
They do. I mean, it's Webster is just such a strong team, and they've been so strong for so many years that you talk about, college basketball teams like Duke building a culture of excellence. And Webster is now a school like that in chess, that, you know that one thing is going to remain constant. Webster is going to be amazing. And they have been amazing for so many years.
They have been. Last year, I think Liam was disappointed with the second place result. I think he felt their team was the best. Ultimately, SLU won, but here they're out for redemption, and they look great.
Yeah. Rook takes f6 check is possible here for Quezada. As this game continues, I mean, this time scramble is going to be going on for a while. We are going to get Grandmaster Christopher Repka into the studio here. We've got Christopher here. He is part of the Mizzou team. He won today and basically was the only decisive game. So the hero of today's match, Christopher Repka, joins us in the studio. Christopher, welcome to the show and congratulations on your win today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I'll start just by asking you, what does it feel like to be the guy who wins the only decisive game. Can you explain how euphoric that feeling is?
It means a lot to me because this is my last year for Mizzou, and I wanted it to be special. So it's really warms my heart that I did so well these PanAms.
Yeah, Christopher, my personal congratulations to you. You played a great game. Congratulations to Missouri. I think it's the first time that you qualified to the Final Four. Can you clarify?
Yes, it's the first time.
Wow, amazing!
Won't be the last
job. I love the confidence. So before I get to the game, actually, you know what? No, let's discuss the game. Should we? I guess I'll pose my question. I think you had him on the ropes right out of the gate. Would you say that the opening preparation was the main reason for the victory?
Not really, because after bishop c5, that was a position I never faced in my life, and I actually didn't know how to play here. I always faced bishop b4, and I was prepared for that, but bishop c5, I was out of my zone here.
We thought you responded in a very solid manner.
The whole tournament, I was very sick, so I couldn't think clearly. So I just played the first move that came to my mind every time, and it was only towards the end that I could start calculating a little, and that's when I started making some mistakes.
Wow, that's very impressive. I've had a lot of friends also come down with the weather this time of year. It's normal. Hopefully, you get better. I'm sure that this victory will help you. One more question from me. I wanted to ask you, there are a lot of Slovakian players in this tournament from different teams. Have you gotten a chance to catch up?
We've talked a little. We're all very good friends, and it makes me happy that so many of them are here. It means they're doing well, that they're maintaining their chess level, and yeah, we got some good players. I kind of thought that if we beat Webster, then maybe we would play like 3 Slovaks in the final match, but it didn't happen. But still, yeah, we did catch up.
Well, I have 2 more quick questions for you, and then we'll let you recover and enjoy the moment. First of all, were you surprised that it took Aaron as long as it did to resign?
No, it was a tough game. I think he needed some time to accept the loss, which is totally okay.
That's totally fair. My second and final question, could you tell us a little bit about what you're studying and what makes you passionate academically?
I'm studying finance, and I would like to be an analyst because I think that's very close to chess. I would like to, I value the skills I acquired throughout my chess career, and I would really like to use them, learn how to use them somewhere else.
Well, that makes sense, Christopher. We want to congratulate you once again on an amazing victory today and on your great performance despite being under the weather.
Thank you, and thank you guys, because I've been watching your commentary this whole time, and it was extremely enjoyable. It's the first thing I did after the game. Go on chess.com and turn this on.
So happy to hear that. Thank you so much,
Christopher.
Chris.
That's awesome to hear. Congrats, and rest up. Feel better.
Thank you. Take care.
And that was Grandmaster Christopher Repka, third board for Mizzou, winning his game today and winning the match, ensuring qualification to the Final Four. That must be a just incredible sensation.
Oh, totally. He deserves all the praise that he's going to get. I hope they have a great celebration there with the team. Do you remember any big team celebrations that you had yourself as a part of the team?
Well, the thing is, I only had one experience as part of the U.S. team for Armenia, and we were all pretty tame.
I would say the Yakovenko game, how the feeling after that.
That was amazing. I mean, just coming to the team dinner after that, just feeling like a boss, especially after I lost that game to Melkumian, it was really, honestly, one of the best feelings of my career. I would also say that we just had a great time as a team. We had 3 days in Yerevan, the Armenian capital, before the tournament started. And we were just basically going around and having amazing food and just having good conversations. So there's nothing quite like having good team camaraderie to it honestly defines the experience. When you've got a team tournament, you're just an extension of each other. So it's all about how you operate as a unit and how well you know each other. And I got very, very lucky with who was on my team at that year.
Yeah, I mean, I recall some great experiences as well, but it's the roller coaster of emotions, I guess. Like the day before, you are the scapegoat, then you become the hero. That's just awesome.
So let me clarify something. Is there a difference in terms of the score between Quezada winning and Quezada drawing? I guess there is,
no.
right? Because if Quezada wins, then RGVB loses.
Oh!
Or is there not?
Oh my goodness, you brought up such a good point. Okay, so I will refresh this to the viewers who weren't with us at the start. There was a very key rule change that happened for this year. So whichever team qualifies, let's say UTRGV A or UTRGV B, first of all, only one team can go through because the same two teams cannot meet from the two teams can't meet from the same university, rather. And it means that if White draws this game, then they probably would have better tiebreaks, and UTRGV B would go to the Final Four. But if White loses this game, then UTRGV A would go to the Final Four.
Yeah, I see. Very interesting. So it looks like Ozdemir might be slipping here. Quezada now officially down, to his last minutes. He's made some progress as Yasser Quesada Perez. If he wins the D4 pawn game, the game is largely over. Whoa, Rook F3, his move.
Oh, that's a nasty idea.
That is a nasty move.
Knight B4, just show quick. Knight B4, King B5, Rook F3, GF3 check is important.
Yeah, this is game over. So it's very easy for White just to lose this straight away. He's got 20 seconds on every move, and a single blunder ends the game. What does White do? King F1, I guess, is the only move. But that's so hard to play. Oh, Ozdemir with 10 seconds. He might blunder here. This might end very, very quickly, actually.
It might. It really might. He's got to wait. He played Rook C3.
He played Rook C3. Oh, yeah. That's not the best move. Ooh.
Speaking of,
Quezada has to move it.
Yeah, King D6. He's stepping on the gas here. Bishop B6, huge threat. I think you have to go Rook B3 to stop that.
You have to go Rook B3. And then Black has all the time in the world to improve his position. King back to E7, maybe.
Or what about Bishop D8, Bishop F6?
Yeah. No, there's no way he holds this.
I don't think he's going to hold.
Seconds on the clock. No way. He's gone Rook B3. He's found it.
I like
not
Bishop...
that there was anything to find.
I like Bishop D8 here.
What does White do after Bishop D8?
Because
apparently you're supposed to go Knight C5 here.
Oh, why did I forget about that move? Okay. Yeah, I
forgot
about that move.
And the problem is that if you trade, then White threatens King G3. So you're going to have to go here and allow the trade of pawns. And this is actually
too many trades.
Essentially a dead draw. This is a dead draw. So that's not going to cut it for Quesada. Let's go back to the live position after Rook B3. What do you think he's going to do here? 2.5 minutes for Yasser Quesada Perez. This is the last game of the tournament. You can see the playing hall is completely empty. And a big choice for Quesada. Down to 2 minutes. Gotta try to keep the pressure on the clock going.
Knight C5 is the threat, or is it a threat? Because Knight C5, Rook F4, maybe. But
Knight C5, yeah.
Like
Rook
let's
F4.
say if it were White to move, I mean. So that means I want to make a passing move for Black, but I can't. That's the funny part.
No, so maybe it makes sense. I mean, there's even the move Bishop C7 to B8.
Oh, that's too funny. That's way too creative. Oh my gosh.
And obviously, if you trade, then White gets very, very tied down to the D4. But he goes King E7. I like this from a practical standpoint. Yeah.
So what after Knight C5 though?
Well, you have to go knight c5 because if you move the rook, you're in Zugzwang. You go bishop b6 and you can resign. So he has no choice but to go knight c5. And then we're going to get some clarity in the position. But will he be able to have the guts to trade rooks here? Because it's not so easy to convince yourself that that's your best chance.
Oh, yeah.
2 seconds.
Wait, whoa, he's got to move.
1 second. No, I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of delay, so
okay.
I'm sure he did lose on time. He's played king g1. So he doesn't see that he's supposed to trade rooks here. I think he's just biding his time. King f6 by Quesada instantly.
But
I
now
think he's losing.
Yeah, if he trades rooks, the king is going to land on e4, and that's it.
So what is Black's idea? Just king f5 and king e4?
I think you go king f5, and then you go bishop d6. Make sure there's no knight c5, and then you go king e4.
Yeah, he might already be busted, actually.
I think Quesada's found the way. Quesada has found the way.
This would be amazing. This would be a 6 of 6 performance by Webster. 8 seconds. He's got to move again.
Wow.
And there he goes. King g2 back.
Yeah. And now do you go king f5 or bishop d6? I think you go bishop d6.
You stop knight c5. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you stop. Of course. This is pretty self-evident.
And I think he's going to find it.
Easy clap.
It's your turn to put some emotes? Yeah. Or he's going to go king f5.
No, he's gone king f5.
Wait, but
I think he just assumes that Ozanir isn't going to go knight c5.
Oh, because he didn't do it the move before. Yeah.
I know. This has got to be over.
Well, by the way, if knight c5, you can take and bishop b6 and king e4. So it's probably over.
Yeah, it probably is, just with the time situation. This one, I think, is going to end any second now. Let's see if Ozanir even plays knight c5. He might just not even be thinking about the idea of trading rooks.
Oh, yeah.
6 seconds.
Got to move. He's very fast, though. Watch how fast he moves.
He's gone. Knight c5. Good job.
Slams the clock.
I have no idea why Quesada didn't go bishop d6. What was the purpose of allowing this?
I think, no, but it was exactly how you said. Like, if he didn't do it then, he probably won't do it now, is what he assumed. But I'm totally with you. If bishop d6, the game would have been completely over. Now, after rook takes b3, knight takes b3, bishop b6, I realize there's this move f2, f3. There's still f2, f3.
So probably Black should trade, and then
King by the way,
is very tempting, but there's knight c5, which he might have missed.
Yes, maybe. By the way, there's an important line, very important line. Bishop b6, f3. Yeah. I was thinking about king f4.
No, this wins.
Fg4, king g4, knight c5. Oh, you just go king f5. I calculated like bishop c5.
Oh, e5, knight d7, and knight f6 check wins the pawn.
Oh, okay,
so
but
it's
king
so
f5.
easy to king f5 and you lose because e5
no,
is coming
no.
next.
King f5, king f3. Oh, wait, no. Forget
just
it.
Take it. Forget e5. Yeah, this is easy. So let's go back to the live board. He's gone bishop d6, and f3 is not an easy move to play at all because you have to allow g3.
But hold on.
30 seconds.
Why did he go bishop d6 and not bishop b6? I thought you want to eye the d4.
I think he's just like trying to keep the white king from moving to g3. I kind of get it.
But now I can move the knight.
Can you?
Like knight d2?
King f4?
King f1?
Bishop b4?
Yeah, I resign.
No, this is... unless he goes f3, I think it's over immediately. If he plays f3, I'll be very impressed.
I thought f3, you can do the same thing probably. Either, or maybe g3. Not
He's done it.
Yeah, f3 is a good move. Best try.
g3 by Quesada.
Uh-huh.
Is forced, I think.
Well, there is king f4.
Okay, and what does white do after g3? Oh, we might get some sort of a position with f pawn against e and d pawn. Oh god, that's going to go on forever. It might be a fortress, actually. It might be a fortress afterward. If you trade the g pawn for the e pawn, Quesada might have lost a little discipline here.
Perhaps.
What do you think? Does Black go g3 or does Black just wait?
It's a close call for me. It's a 50-50.
So king f4 might not be winning. He's gone g3. Let's see. What is white going to do here?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where you put the knight, because you can go knight d2, you can go knight c1. I don't actually know which is better. Knight c1, king f4. Oh! No, that's no. No, doesn't work.
Oh, with 1 second. With
He
1
played?
second.
What did
Knight
he play?
C1.
Knight c1, but now king f4, I thought.
He lost. King f4.
I think he lost. Yeah, it's over. Daniel lost.
Well, no, knight d3, knight c5 he wants, but
no, but then
I
e5.
think
I looked
no,
at
but knight b7. Oh, ed.
ED.
Is
knight...
that the win?
I
King
didn't see
f4
knight
played.
b7. I didn't see knight b7, by the way.
So let's not make the moves on the analysis board just because we're going to see this on the live board in just a millisecond.
Right.
Okay, so knight d3 by Ozanir is absolutely forced. King e3, knight c5. e5, knight b7. Where's the win there? Oh, you could just maybe move the bishop. Okay, we're seeing all of this unfold in real time. King e3 played, knight c5 played.
Oh, are you saying bishop b4 and d4?
Yeah, no, or bishop b8. No, it's just the pawn is unstoppable. The white king, the problem is that white's king can never win the g3 pawn because the bishop is permanently defending it. No, this is easy. e5 just ends the game. And Quezada going to take his time here, but, you know, it's all very straightforward. Okay. e5. Is there any other thing? Yeah, you can also play king d4, knight e6, and king back to e3, for goodness sake.
Yes.
Also perfectly sufficient, I think. There he goes.
Yeah.
I think he's about to go.
This is no, this is more than enough.
Hesitating.
Just checking.
e5. There he goes.
And that's it.
Knight b7, absolutely forced by white. And after knight b7, you don't want to get fancy and sack the bishop. You can't play ed. You should just go here.
Yeah, this is clinical technique. Surgical technique.
Yeah, but now it's just so easy because you can always move the bishop back, force the knight into an awkward spot.
Yeah.
And just push.
And I think a great illustration is after knight 3, king d3, that bishop on c7. What is the correct word for this? But basically, white can never ever push f4. You always just take it, and it's a brilliant.
Yeah, it's just there's just no counterplay essentially.
Yeah.
And white has 0 attempts here.
0.
I think Ozanir is not going to resign just yet. He's gonna play
who
out
is,
the capture.
Who is standing behind him? Do you recognize?
No, I actually was thinking. I was going to ask you the same question.
I thought that's not Bartek. That's not the coach of RGV.
Oh, that's Florian. That's Florian.
Florian himself. We had him as a guest.
Florian, the organizer, watching the tournament. Great stuff. There he goes. And now Quezada and Judith Stare, the chief arbiter. She's from the Bay Area, so I know her very well. She is watching this final game unfold. The arbiter's working tirelessly to ensure that the tournament runs smoothly. And if Quezada plays bishop c7, we might see resignation.
I think so. There's really no tricks.
Don't go d4.
Even that might be winning. Even that.
Knight c4?
Yeah, king f. Oh, wait, no. Oh, God, it's getting late.
Yeah, I take e5. It is. It's been a long show, but we are going to wait for this game to end. This is a big game. There he goes. Bishop c7. I mean, for a GM to find these moves is way too easy. Come on. You can do it. There he goes. Perfect execution for Quezada. He's kept enough time on the clock to avoid making this stressful.
Yeah, perfect execution. Speaking of perfect execution, shout out to my NFL fans in chat. Congratulations to the Dolphins. Congratulations to the Dolphins for securing the final spot in the AFC playoffs.
Very nice. What a turnaround that ball club has had.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill, a great addition. They're going to be fun to watch.
They most certainly are. And you can just see, I don't talk about body language as much as I used to, but when one side knows that they're going to win, there is a subtle change in the behavior. You can just see him kind of leaning back. He knows this is over. Okay, knight b3, d4 resigns.
Yeah, very likely to see the game end in just that manner.
Yeah. The time in crazy that in Seattle it's only 1:30 and we've been playing chess for 4.5 hours. That's how early the game started. They started at 9 a.m. That's something I'm going to talk to Florian about. I don't know about the 9 a.m. start, but I guess that's how it has to be.
Yeah, because we know that there's a big closing ceremony coming up. Obviously, the players have to get back. School is starting on actually on tomorrow. School is just starting tomorrow, so yeah.
I think that's actually the reason that the game started this early, to be able to so that the players can make their flights in the evening back to their home states. They are, after all, in college. This is why we host the tournament in the first place. All right, not sure if Ozanir will even make another move. There's nothing left to play for. D4, D3 is coming. And there he is, resigns. What a win. What a win for Yunieski Quezada Perez.
So impressive.
He wins the match for Webster, and Webster goes 6-6. And that means that UT-RGV-A, correct, is going to be in the Final Four rather than their companion. So it's a bittersweet loss.
It really is.
Ozanir.
In fact, it might be a blessing in disguise. It might actually be a blessing in disguise. UT-RGV ended their tournament with a bang, a great win. 3.5, or was it? No, it wasn't 3.5. Half. I think it was 3-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So 3-1. They end the tournament well. They're going to be in the President's Cup.
They are indeed, and the President's Cup is going to be so hotly contested. These teams are well built. We were looking at the final scoreboard from UT-RGV-B. A heartbreaking loss for them in the final round, but you got to tip your hat to each and every one of the players on their team, starting from Steve Wang. Obviously, Jakob Fuss, he held 3 very strong Grandmasters in a row. This game, he held with a better position as black against Aram Hakobian, who himself is in good form, and Tamaz Betenyi with several clutch draws as well. So what a hardy team, what a good team. Not a single Grandmaster, but they played like Grandmasters in the 2023 Pan Ams.
Oh, they totally did. And if they keep playing like this, it's only a matter of time before they get that next step.
It is. And honestly, college chess is fun for the same reason that college sports are fun, because there's no money on the line, but there's pride on the line. There's soul on the line. Everybody's trying really hard. That's a given. You watch some open tournaments. If there are no prizes, you know this as well as I do, Jeffrey. A lot of the top, let me make a quick draw here and there. No. This is a team event. So everybody knows that your teammates are watching you, your coach is watching you, and your place in the college program actually depends on your ability to put in a lot of effort and show your coach that you belong.
Oh, yeah. I love the point that you made. The comparison you made to college sports, where also the players are just playing for pride mainly. There are no monetary awards, but it's all about playing with your friends. You even consider them your family in a way, right? Your teammates.
You do. It is. Your coach is your family. Your teammates are your family. They spend so much time together. As we look at the final scores from all of our featured matches for today, there's that victory for Webster on the heels of Yunieski Quezada Perez's win, 2.5, 1.5, and Christopher Repka wins his match for Mizzou as they bounce back and make their way into the Final Four. And what a crushing win for UT-RGV-A. 3.5 half against Webster Team B. Super, super impressive, JX. But to finish your point, they're family, and they all look to each other for inspiration. They all look to each other for help academically and for help on the chessboard. And, these team events are always just so fun to watch.
Absolutely. I've had a blast. It's been amazing. Just the level of play was so high. The level of excitement was also sky high. And I think at the end of the day, the one thing that we are yet to determine is who is that fourth team.
Well, we have it now. We have all of
results
the teams that have advanced. The results are in.
Oh, my.
The champion is Webster. The under 1800 tournament champion is Texas Austin B. And advancing to the President's Cup, Webster, Mizzou A, UT-RGV-A, as we discussed. So UT-RGV-B, not all that bad because their teammates are in the President's Cup, and UTD Dallas A. So a good day for Texas today as UTD Dallas A and Texas Austin B make their way to the President's Cup in the under 1800 tournament champion, respectively. And there we have it. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes the Pan American Intercollegiate Team Championship.
Oh, God.
But before I pass it on to you, Jeffrey, for your final thoughts, just wanted to remind everybody one more time that there is still time to register for the spring 2023 season of the Collegiate Chess League. If you are a university student and want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Do not miss your shot to make history in the biggest CCL season to date. Use !CCL in chat for more. Registration closes on January 13th. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to wrap up our coverage of the 2023 Pan Ams. Jeffrey, I am going to pass the mic to you one final time for your thoughts on what we saw the last 3 days.
Thank you, Danya. Wow, it's been a wild ride. First of all, I'd like to thank Joe Bruin. I think people don't know Joe. They really should. He covers collegiate chess all the time, and it's the first time that collegiate chess is covered on the biggest stage on the chess.com broadcast. So that's great to see. I'm sure this will not be the last time. One thing I will point out, though, is UTD edged out SLU barely on tie breaks. So heartbreak for the SLU fans, Alejandro, our good friends Benjamin Bach and Nicholas Theodoru. Unfortunately, they did not make it through. However, it has been amazing. Danya, you're one of the best. You're commentator of the year for a reason. I had an absolute pleasure. I had a pleasure with chat, of course. To those wondering how I was chatting while commentating, I have a unique condition that makes it so that I have to multitask to concentrate better. It's a very unique condition. And finally, shout out to Max Milniak. This is tough to pronounce. Max Milniak in chat, my favorite mod, keeping us company. He was great at engaging. Thank you so much to everybody, the Chess.com production team. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it really takes a village to make these things happen. You know, to make things run smoothly, it takes the unceasing efforts of everybody involved. Honestly, this tournament represents how college chess has grown and expanded the last couple of years. From a tiny outfit with maybe 2 or 3 chess scholarship programs, UTD, University of Maryland at Baltimore, then Webster appeared on the scene. Okay, there are 3. And all of a sudden, you actually have 8 or 9 colleges that have more than one grandmaster on the roster. So chess is exploding overall, but all of these subsets of the game are also exploding, including college chess. And it was absolutely great to have all of the guests on the show. We had over 11K watching today, which is amazing. It shows that people actually care and they're actually invested. So we are going to get a final standing graphic up on the scene for you in just a second. So it's been awesome, Jeffrey, and obviously a huge pleasure to commentate with you. I actually think we came up with some pretty good analysis today.
We did fantastic, honestly. I think that multitasking has also helped me do a much better job commentating. I felt like these last 3 days have been my best. Having you never hurts. So yeah, I'm excited for more. I think I'm also excited for more college chess in the future. This President's Cup will take place in March. Whoever is calling the action will definitely do a great job, and also the players will do us a great favor with their exciting fighting chess.
They will indeed. And yeah, this was great. It's been a long day. It's been 4 hours and 40 minutes. We got all we could possibly ask for in the final round. I really wish that when I went to Stanford 6-7 years ago, sounds like a completely different era. I wish that, I had all these opportunities to play. We definitely would have been part of the CCL. We didn't quite make it into the Pan Ams, but it's great to see that kids going into college now, whether they're undergrads or grads, wherever they are from the world, they come to the U.S. and they have the opportunity to do what they've always dreamed of, which is to balance academics and chess, something that people obviously struggle with consistently. But now we're going to show the final standings. And Webster University, once again, they have won all 6 of their games, landing on a score of 6 out of 6. Second place, University of Missouri Team A, UTRGV Team A with 5 points out of 6 on third place. And by tie breaks, as Alejandro Ramirez sagely predicted UT-RGV Team B. They don't make it because you can't have two of the same schools making their way. That is why UTD Team A is the lucky recipient of the 4th spot at the President's Cup. JX, they are counting their lucky stars.
Oh, yeah. I think SLU, if I understand well, won their final match, and they're on 3.5 out of 5, though, right?
They are on 4.5, but it doesn't, well, they don't qualify anyway.
They
What's
don't qualify.
important is that UTD Team A makes their way to the Final Four, even though they're technically in 5th. Again, you can't have the same university take 2 spots because they can't play each other. So UTD Team A gets the 4th spot, and that, ladies and gentlemen, are our 4 qualifiers to the President's Cup. And on that note, I think it's time for us to wrap up. Our next broadcast are going to be the Puzzle Battle World Championships coming your way in just a couple of days. Starting Thursday, January 12th, I'll be bringing you the commentary for that alongside James Canty. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a super fun one. We just have event after event. You never have to suffer chess withdrawal because the next event is right around the corner. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy some football tonight and some great time with family. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. And we hope that next year, the event will be as much of a success as it was this year. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and see you soon.